Give the fuck back before you're torn apart. Your pact with the devil ain't stronger than the holy arts. And don't be trying to bring that shit in here where we operate. The knowledge that inspires your darkest fears. You sit there bragging, wearing some robe you made. What you gonna do? You first world pagans can barely throw shade. Before I come to cunt you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope everyone can hear me now, and I hope I was not babbling into the void for the last almost 12 minutes in silence. I'm going to have to clip that part out if so. Um, I was mainly just talking about Friday nights and all the things we did on Friday nights as a kid and as an adult. So that's what you missed. And I'm sure I've covered it before at some other time. This is just an open panel to kind of hang out. We were watching stuff in the Discord earlier, and I decided to take a break and open up a stream. So I'm just trying to fill in air until people show up, if they show up. Other than that, I was going through some of those questions that question website that I had the other day, and it says what's your take on an ethical dilemma in your industry, and I was saying how I don't really have. I mean, I'm self-employed anyway, but my industry is peer counseling. There are codes of ethics. I remember during training, I fought with the lady that taught that unit because a lot of them seemed cultural, and we did it very differently where I came from, and it seemed biased against people that might do it other ways. And so they made things that were perfectly normal for some cultures seem like these horrible ethical violations that were going to damage and harm people if you did them. Like one of them was they call it dual roles, and they're so weird. It hurts my brain to even think about it. They have all these different hats that they wear, and if you're wearing one hat, you can't associate with this person if they're in this other role in your life. So like if they're a friend, you can't be their peer counselor, or if they're your hairdresser, you can't be their caseworker or something. And I'm like, back home, like we're our population is so small. Your doctor is your teachers were like your friends' moms, or if they needed a substitute teacher, they were calling somebody's grandma that everybody knew. There was no role separation. And I don't make a distinction. Like I help anybody who needs the help, and I am better positioned to help people that I know, like my friends, than I am strangers because we know each other. So we already have that trust and rapport and that basis of common experience built. So there's weird little things like that, and they have people very paranoid about, even if they're socializing outside of work, like at an event or something, like, oh, I work at this agency and this person's a client at my agency. Should I acknowledge them in public? That kind of stuff. And if like I do know the ethical rule about if you're a provider, like a mental health professional, and you do encounter them in public at the grocery store or a party or something, you don't acknowledge them publicly unless you have their permission or consent, or let them initiate it. Because you, like, if everyone knows you're a therapist and they know that's how you know them, then they know that you're probably a client, and then you're breaking that confidentiality. So I do know about that one. But if it's just someone at your agency and you're not even directly involved with them, there's no reason to be paranoid. Just don't bring up work or anything, but you can still talk to them. And so what the way it plays out in like my world is friendships are very bounded by what roles somebody is in. So somebody can be your friend as long as there's no professional conflict. And then all of a sudden the friendship has to take on a different status. And it was all confusing to me. So that's like an ethical, I wouldn't call it an ethical dilemma, but it's an ethical dilemma that a lot of people bring forward in their work as a dilemma, which to me is not even an issue. And they're real big about boundaries here, like professional boundaries. Like if I'm your friend, I can't be this. If I'm your this, I can't be your friend. If I'm an acquaintance, I can't cross this line and into, because it goes into friendship, and I'm only supposed to I can't keep all that straight. I just deal with each person as an individual. I make whatever adjustments in the moment I need to make, and it's something me and that person, because we're adults, can negotiate and work out. I don't need it mediated by anybody really, but much less this managerial system. But the basic code of ethics for my field is stuff like confidentiality. Sometimes there are mandatory reporting requirements, which I am. So if I find out about any abuse or threats to self or others or something like that, there's a whole list of specific things I'm required to report it, and there's a whole system and process for that. So I report in a specific way to a specific department, and they take it from there. So there's stuff like that. Really, for me, it's just about having integrity and being consistent and keeping your word. Like whatever you and the client agree to, abiding by that. And because for me, it's very much client driven. It's whatever me and the client come up. Like they're there to meet certain needs, whatever those are, and I'm there to help them meet those needs. So it's whatever their needs are, and together, how are we going to help to meet those needs? And so, for me, ethics doesn't really commit. I don't date clients or anything like that. Everything I do is remote, so that doesn't come into play at all. So I can't really think of any ethical dilemmas that I personally run into. Um, there could be a ton of them that I'm just overlooking and not even worried about. I've never worried about stuff like ethics and morality because to me, it's not that hard to figure out the right thing to do in a situation. I used to listen to Dr. Laura. I loved her. She got canceled big time. She was one of the first victims of cancel culture. I think back in 2010, I remember the episode because I used to listen to her show. She used the N word on air repeatedly, over and over and over. And the next day she was yanked. Like there was no more Dr. Laura. Advertisers were like fleeing from her show. Nobody wanted to be associated with her. But the thing I liked about her would people would call in with their moral dilemmas or their ethical dilemmas, and she would listen to them and just absolutely shred them to pieces and savage them over how stupid and ridiculous they were and what idiots they were for not knowing what to do in that situation. Like should I cheat on my husband or stuff like that? And some of them were ridiculous, but I guess there was some kind of entertainment in watching her tell really stupid people how stupid they were. Am I still muted? Oh, never mind. But the point of the Dr. Laura thing is, as I would listen to all these ethical dilemmas, none of them seemed like dilemmas to me. Every single one of them seemed like so easy to figure out. You didn't even need somebody like Dr. Laura. She had found a whole market of something that shouldn't even be necessary. And like every now and then you'd get a challenging one that you'd be like, yeah, I could see it both ways. And it really is a dilemma. And it's really going to come down to what their ultimate values are, or et cetera, et cetera. But mostly it was really obvious stuff. Stuff about how to raise kids, a lot of relationship stuff. And so I've never struggled with ethics and morality. I just, if I'm ever in those situations, I pretty much know what to do. Again, I go back to that kindergarten thing. Every time discussions of morality come up on here, it leaves me with that sense of, didn't y'all pick this up? Why are we even talking about this? Didn't, like, everybody I know in kindergarten knew all this stuff. It wasn't a complex thing that people needed to debate for hours. But I am glad people are debating. I'd rather people debate it than not debate it. If it helps them to figure out some moral, like, guideposts for themselves, then yes, by all means, debate it. I just don't find, I don't, see what the struggle is. So anyway, that's my answer to that one question. Business podcast. I don't know if I'm qualified to speak on this. I just started mine a year ago, and I'm trying to grow it myself. So I have no practical advice to offer, really. Trends. How do you balance profitability, sustainability? Well, we try. We working on it. How do you approach decision making? Oh, I don't have that kind of business. I'm just self-employed. I'm just a one-man show. How do you stay innovative? I don't call it innovation. I stay innovative by I'm really good with a particular niche, and it happens to be a niche that a lot of people don't seem to be that good with. And so it just works out that if I stay in that niche, people eventually look at that niche and catch up to what I'm already doing in it. So I guess like if I'm in a niche that nobody else is working in, I get to pioneer whatever in that niche. And so in that sense, that's a form of innovation. But I'm not really taking existing things and finding new things to do with them. Or maybe I am a little bit. Honestly, where I really get my I'm all of my stuff comes from my experience. That's what I draw on. But I don't draw on a lot of theory like a psychologist or social worker or a clinician would. But what I do use ultimately, like my models for how I understand myself and how I process other people, etc., ultimately come from literature and literary criticism. And the case has even been made that Freud himself worked off of literary models. You had an ethical. Okay, good. I want to get into this. I was thinking of doing a stream or a series of streams one day on the literary roots and underpinnings of some of the structures, models, and constructs in society today that we associate with other disciplines actually have strong literary connections. I'm just trying to figure out how to present it. That's what's holding it up. It's complex in my head to work out. It's kind of the intersection between psychology, literature, art, rhetoric, interpersonal psychology, and I'm trying to figure out myself how to tie it all together. But that is a series that I do have turning over in my head. Okay, so I'm in the yes camp. We've actually talked about this on stream before a few times. It came up when the Israel thing started with like how far should Israel be allowed to go before Israel becomes the bad guy, etc. I growing up, we learned about it. I think it was maybe the 6th grade when I first really, I knew it in the back of my head growing up, but when we actually started learning about it, reading about it in textbooks and being tested on it, I think it was like 6th grade. And I remember at the time not even having a problem with it, thinking that, oh, okay, yeah, Pearl Harbor, and then yeah, we did this. Okay, well, we did what we had to do, and so it didn't. It was never controversial to me growing up, and nobody around me acted like it was controversial. But it comes up in conversations today in relation to modern events, and so I still haven't changed my position on it. I mean, I admit I don't know enough of the details about the lead up to it and who was involved in the thought process, et cetera, et cetera. But for what it accomplished, as far as the argument that is put forth is that even though it took as many lives as it took, it ultimately saved more than that by taking only that amount. Otherwise, if the war had gotten drug out and been protracted, that the loss of life could have gone even higher than that. Which that I don't know. I'm not qualified to speak on. those numbers at all. But that is kind of the argument I've heard for it. And then Daniel has another opinion. Yeah, I've heard the overkill argument too, and that's, I mean, yeah, that's a hard argument to not to make, like to rebut, because that is kind of the definition of overkill. And maybe there was some of that to it too. Um, in fact, probably there was some of that to it. I still think for the effect, and we don't have a way of knowing because we don't know what the outcome would have been without it. But for what it accomplished, I think it was proportional enough for me. It didn't cross any kind of it. Maybe it was right on that line. It didn't cross it enough for it to be an issue for me to put too much effort into worrying about or agonizing over. Now, if it was faced with us again and we had to go through it again, I would be very cautious and vigilant and concerned about how we made that decision. Yes, I've heard this too, and that's what got us into the war, but that's also what helped in the war. I mean, I remember watching footage of it as a kid, and it didn't even take a government to drum up sentiment. Just watching the event, it like evoked patriotic sentiment in me. Like any time, and I've had that even with on individuals. Like anytime something I'm attached to or care about or a person gets attacked, I feel that defensive like loyalty to them, whether it's a person, a country, a group. So I don't even think it took if the government like needed to inflame it even more for their purpose. I don't think they would even have needed to do much at all. Of course, I'm only going off of my own reaction, but it was never really countered by anything else growing up. So Henry Stimson's letter. So like the Pearl Harbor was not their doing, but it was like they got played. That I don't know about. Ryan knows it. I'm gonna look it up right now. Henry Stimson's. Informing him about the atomic bomb, 1945. I think it's very important that now who was Stimson? Let's see. War Secretary of War. Okay. In the field that. Well, I must not be reading the right one because this one is very short and doesn't really say anything other than I need to talk to you. But I believe this quote. Oh my God, we lost Dabney. Wow, I liked him. I was watching 9 to 5 a few months ago and thinking how good he's like even from today how good he was in that movie back then. I mean, he really got you to hate him. I remember as a kid hating him and thinking why would somebody want to take a role that's going to make so many people hate them so much? And then of course here I am today. Yeah. I think like I don't know today it would probably be seen as naive or in the matrix or mind controlled or whatever, but I think that the powers that the what is the allies, the western powers trying to save modern liberalism, whatever. I think that for the most part they were trying to do good, trying to do the right thing, trying to protect as many people, trying to. I'm not that cynical that there was all this like malice and sinister scheming and plotting like that these were evil men. I've never had that sense growing up, and I still don't today. It's hard for me to see it in that kind of stark binary. But they seemed like the good guys. They've always seemed like the good guys to me. All right, let's see. Any other topics you're interested in? I didn't put this on Twitter tonight, so it's only YouTube. So there's only a few of us. We could get very cozy and intimate, I guess, if we want to. And if anyone wants to come up, you're always invited, depending on who you are. And those who are not know who they are. I watched something the other day about the different types of warfare, and now we're in something called fifth generational warfare, where the next war, and some say we're in it now. It's not going to be fought. It's not going to be a ground war. It's going to be fought like an information war or a mental, social, cultural war. Hey, Renato. What's up?
Hey man, how's it going?
Oh, pretty good. Just hanging out on a Friday night.
I just wanted to pull up because I like what you said. So, um, I was taught the same stuff. I'm a Gen X guy, and you know, I guess, I think we're the good guys. You know what I mean? And so I hear people say, "Well, about the bomb," and this was an ethical argument I had, right? And I'm like, "Listen, man, like the estimated minimum serviceman death estimate was 500,000 to invade Japan, right? And the max was 2 million. So they went at a million. Either way, it was 250,000. Now, 50,000 died at Hiroshima of their people. We had zero, obviously. But if we lost 250,000, that's still bad, right? Even if we lost 100,000, that's more death, right? So, and plus, we didn't attack. They attacked us. We were trying to end the war.
Yeah, how many did we lose at Pearl Harbor?
3,000, right? But the thing
Do
is,
you think it was instigated, like he was saying?
no, what happened was we essentially stopped selling them oil. When they started to invade other people, and we said, we're not selling you no more oil. We stopped selling them oil because we were exporting oil to Japan, and we said we're not going to be a part of it. I mean, Japan was doing what Hitler was doing. Like Japan went into China and was throwing their children up onto bayonets and catching them, right? Like they were murdering people.
Oh my God.
And even to this day, if you call a Chinese person Japanese, they get pissed. Okay, so they have conflict, right? I mean, they don't get along still, right? So
Another J word.
so Hitler didn't make up doing terrible things, right? So, but so yeah, they tell you they took over the whole area. I mean, the whole area they took over, right? And then we stopped selling them oil. They got mad, so they hit us, and that's a deal. But um, yeah, I think it was a good thing the bomb, and another indicator that they weren't just going to give up because they were having talks. Well, the generals would go to the emperor and say, "Look, we're losing. We've given up all this land. All that's left is us, our island nation of Japan, and Russia, after defeated Germany, declared war on Japan." The emperor wouldn't give up. And the thing is the people of Japan thought the emperor was a god. So they were like, we're not, they were not going to give up. We would have to fight all the way to stop them, right? Otherwise, we could go home and then the emperor would just do the same thing, right? So, oh, the US is gone. Let's go invade everybody again. So you got to topple these people.
So part of it was this emperor model thing that they were under. That was
the
maybe
emperor of Japan, and he was a god to them. He was a deity. He could say anything, and God's telling me to do it, right? I mean, they were kamikaze, sacrificing their lives to hit our ships, right?
I never
So
heard the that they were taking over America part. That was not part
hold on, you mean Japan
part of
take
the
over
myth that
America?
I heard. Yeah, that the fear was that Japan was going to take over.
Well, there was people in California and whatnot were concerned that Japan would come and invade us because they blew up our Pacific fleet. Like the whole thing was gone.
Why didn't they have the fuel to get back to Japan? That seems like incompetence.
Daniel Price doesn't know what he's talking about, obviously. So it's not that they didn't have the fuel; they would just wreck their planes into us. And by the way, they did have the fuel because the planes would blow up.
Oh,
Right?
the oil embargo. Oh, okay. So it's kind of what he said. They didn't get their oil, so that's one
Yeah.
of the catalyst for the attack.
Yeah.
And you're saying
So,
it's because so they did it was kamikaze.
well, the kamikazes just eventually was they were having a difficult time in attacking our ships, so they would just take their plane and turn it into a rocket ship and just boom, hit the. You know what I mean? They would just land, just bang, just blow them, kill themselves. You know, they would commit seppuku. Okay, so what the
That's
hell
the
was I talking
sword,
about?
huh?
Yeah, so it was because it was shame. They would take the sword to the stomach and stab it because they didn't want the shame of telling their god, I gave up, right? So
Wow, talk about programming and mind control. What
look at this guy.
what do you think
Yes, the
about
West got Southeast, the Western world got the Southeast Asia hooked on oil, right? And then an embargo on them. Like
yeah, like
that
on
was it.
purpose.
We
But
were drug
Daniel,
addict.
what do
Yeah,
you think about the reason for the embargo? Like, was the plan to get them hooked and then
yeah, that's
find an
it.
excuse to embargo, or,
Yeah.
or was the embargo a legitimate response to whatever they were doing? That's what I'm saying when I talk about trust and see them as the good guys. This sounds like an evil villain plot that just
Yeah,
doesn't match my
yeah. We'll get
experience with
you
you.
on oil. We're going to give you oil, and then once they invade all their neighbors, we'll take them off oil. Well, that's what we're going to do. Like, come on, man. You know. So another reason the atomic bomb. We blew up Hiroshima on August 8th. Okay, we dropped the bomb. It decimated the city. Why didn't they give up then? They didn't. Nope. We're still in. We then hit Nagasaki 3 days later, 4 days later,
Oh,
and
so
blew
they
that
had a
up.
chance to avoid a second hit.
Absolutely. Guess what? They didn't. No, we're not going to give up. We're still good. We're still in this. And then after the second one, the emperor finally looked and it was like, oh, yeah, it's, yeah, kamikaze started happening at the end of the war when they were getting desperate. But so, um, yeah, so he still didn't believe it. And then I believe they brought pictures of the devastation and said, here's what the city looks like now. And it was over, you know. So he knew he didn't have a chance to win, but he's still delusionally like Hitler. I mean, Hitler didn't give up till the Germans
It's
were
that
20 miles.
megalomania.
Yeah, it's insanity. So,
And then it sucks everybody around you into it.
but there's so many conspiracy or it's just in a sense like the entire government has been lying to us. Our school teachers, everybody we've ever
Yeah.
met has been lying about this. It's
They
like,
they definitely had some horrible school experiences, very different from mine.
yeah. So, but yeah, if you just examine the evidence, it's talk to. I mean, talk to somebody from the Philippines, right? Like an older person. I mean, they're like, nah, man, Japan was brutal. You know, they were terrible. So, I think we're the good guys. And you know, they talk about colonizing and all this stuff. America didn't colonize, man. The Irish didn't colonize either. But like the whole colonizer thing, people keep going to. We didn't really colonize places. Europe did. The British did. The French
Why
did.
is colonizing bad? I mean, it's been people have been doing it forever, like for the beginning of history. It seems
Uh,
normal.
it's it's Well, I say it to everyone, right? Because they'll say, "Oh yeah, well they colonized Africa." I'm like, "Well, originally Africa colonized Europe, because Europe was a bunch of Neanderthals, right? 50,000 years ago, right? During the Ice Age, and the African
Yeah, like that's
people
civilization.
they
Like
went,
that's history. Is civilizations
and then
colonizing?
and then Asia, right? But they wiped out the Neanderthals or bred them out. Like we're part Neanderthal. Europeans have Neanderthal DNA, right? Some of it. And so it's like hold on a minute. Like everyone is a settler in the whole world, you know? So I just think it's funny. Yeah. So Tennessee knows something there. But yeah, Australia was they colonized Australia. Well, hold on a minute. How did the Aborigine people get there originally? They colonized the place, and other peoples that were there at times, the Native Americans came down from Asia in waves and kept colonizing each other, killing each other, the same crap. But I think that they view they view Americans as colonizers, which we're not. Like the Philippines, after the war, we set up shop with a base, which they were happy. They were like, please, we don't want to get attacked again, right? And the Hawaiians right now are saying, oh, America, we want the Americans out. And I'm like, do you? Because if the Americans went back to
Wait, right
America,
now the Hawaiians are wanting us out.
they don't like all of us over there because they're like, this is our island. And I'm like,
What?
listen, yeah,
This is the
I was in
first
Hawaii.
time.
I've been in, yeah, I go to Hawaii like every few years, and they want like they want to be their own country, and I'm like,
Well, they
you
don't.
know,
They don't get to be.
strategically, someone's going to take you over if we leave. That's
Yeah,
going to
but
happen.
Daniel, look at history. The more technologically advanced civilizations always conquer the least technologically advanced. The squatters' rights is not a thing. Technological
It's not squatters'
advancement
rights.
trumps any of that stuff.
I guarantee Daniel's people at some point took over another people because that's what's always happened forever.
This sounds like primitive, like the myth of the innocent primitive and the
It really is.
evil European. They were just as savage as any other civilization. This is just the cycle of civilizations as they
The
conquer each other
Mayans,
throughout history.
the Aztecs, Mayas, Incas, and those various tribes expanded, smashed their enemies, sacrificed them, blood sacrifices, same crap. The whole world has done this forever. So there's no beginning and end to it. Like this is what humans have done. You look at the archaeological evidence, it's tremendous that there's been butchery. They have bones from hundreds of thousands of years ago that have cut marks all over them from where people killed each other that they pull out of tombs and they dig up. So it's ridiculous to say that everybody's a colonizer. Everybody.
And even if it is, what other country would you want to live in? If there's some other country that is better than this one that you want to go live in, then go. Like I don't even care if it's a colonizer. I still think it's the best country on the planet.
Yeah, it's a good country. Well, and like I can understand if you were from Angola and you're living in Angola and then which I believe the British, somebody colonized them, maybe the French, and the French showed up and said, okay, you're a colony. This is our land, right? At the end of the day, though, some countries were welcoming, hey, they have the technology,
Yeah.
come colonize us, right? Come, extract natural resources because,
That
especially if
happened in
you're a king.
Louisiana when the oil companies came in.
Yeah, please. Venezuela's like, come on, bring your oil companies. We've got oil here, right? There's embassies all over the world because these countries are like, hey, they seem to know what they're doing. We want them in here. They're building embassies here. Go to DC. The poorest countries in the world have embassies here.
Well, okay, hang on, Daniel. This is an excellent point. So you're supposed to change and rewire human nature from reading history in one generation. You're just supposed to all of a sudden human nature is different as we look at history and learn from
Yeah,
it. That
I'm not.
that
And
I think you have a very unusual take on the connection between human nature and education.
And the thing is, it's
Well,
I'm
I
not
know that
saying,
my people who were Catholic, French Catholic, came over and we didn't convert and slaughter the Indians. We made connections with them and coexisted with them and even commingled with them and formed communities with them. So the Puritans were the ones that converted them at sword point, convert or die, because they saw them as savages. And we did not, because the Catholics saw them as part of this universal like body of the Catholic Church.
yeah, yeah, and frankly, I'm not saying it's what we should do. We have a UN now; things are a little different. But if you look at human history, it is butchery from
Yeah.
beginning to end. And then once we have the UN, you have some laws. You can't just do it, But it was might makes right for a long time. But in the 1600s and the 1800s and the 1400s, like there wasn't even abundant food supply. There were plagues. I mean, you lost 50% of your children in childbirth. You know what I mean? Like, look at the childbirth records from like 1700. It's like half the kids died. Like death wasn't this thing with, like, for us, we only have 2, 3 kids, right? So now death is huge. Back then it was like, I'm gonna lose half my kids anyway, right? It was a different
Wow.
mindset. So yeah, I mean, it's amazing if you look at it. Like the average lifespan was 40 years because they included childbirth, right? Cortez, Pizarro, they call it conquistadors.
Well, maybe that had more to do with the Spanish part than the Catholic part. I don't know.
Maybe it had more to do with the fact that 90% of them died from the various diseases that were brought, and like the flu killed a shitload of people in those indigenous places. It was more so the flu or the disease that the Europeans brought that they had no immunity against. If you look that up, um, I mean, most of the native populations in America, which were from Asia initially, 20,000, 30,000 years before that, didn't have resistance to the European diseases. That's what killed most of them. It wasn't just butchery. So, but at some places, the Europeans went out and definitely were able to conquer because of their technology, right?
Yeah,
Like, but
just like any other civilization in history.
do you know where most of that technology came from, though? Killing each other. Like no one ever mentions that. Like the Europeans killed each other in mass numbers, right? Like they were at war. Do this, Jeff. It's fun. Look up European wars, right? Like, dude, these people just fought with each other. There's literally hundreds of wars over like 500 years. There's like 500 wars. It's amazing.
Oh my God, you're right.
Yeah, 100 years war,
But that
70
is
years
the
war.
norm, like violence and warfare and people fighting. I guess Hobbes' state of nature, baby, is the norm for like
That's a standard.
99% of Homo sapien. I just knew that, like that. I've always known that. I just took that for granted as
Yeah.
fact, and so I don't know this world of no war, no violence, no fighting.
It's people don't read reality. Well, I mean, first off, they go to a university that's telling them about colonizing, right? And then they go to a university that thinks that we all had food all along. 99% of human history is starvation, which is people, you didn't eat, right? You had to go kill something to eat. You had to plant something to eat. Farming is only 10,000 years old, right? We've been evolving for 200,000 years as humans and prior, right? So we're talking about, vast spans of time of just starving. And that's why we can put on fat immediately when we eat it, right? Like whenever there's plenty of food, 70% of the population's fat, right? Mexico's fatter than we are now because we're working out, But so, we come from starvation, war, and brutality, and that's just human history. And it's not good, but
And
it's
human present too in many places.
in many
Because
places.
not every part of the world evolves at the same time.
If we went to a country now, the U.S., and said, "Hey, we want to do business with you. You have resources in your country. Yeah, smallpox. Chuck is correct there. So, but if we went to a country that had no development, and they said, "Hey, look, we have boron, aluminum, we have bauxite, which is for aluminum, all in our country, and we don't know what to do with it or how to get it out of here. We want your companies to extract it and pay us a fee for that." A lot of undeveloped countries are like, "Let's do it." You know what I mean? Like, come
Yeah, I
digging.
would. I wish
Yeah.
somebody would come colonize me. That sounds like a great deal.
But they want to do business. That's the way. I
Yeah.
mean, but a lot of they're colonizers. What are you talking about? Oh, they just extract all the resources. Okay, but it's not like these governments are like, yeah, just take it for free. You know what I mean? I say, hey, just take whatever you want. It's cool. Just leave all your junk behind. We'll get it for you. They're doing business. I mean, do you think the Venezuelans know how to drill oil out of the ground hundreds of feet down, bring it up, refine it? No. They're like, Exxon, come down here. We're not just stealing it. It's just ridiculous. So
What do you? I'm trying to imagine the classrooms. If this is the narrative they're presented with, and if they're presented as fact, and there's no way to really check, like reality test it, what's the solution? They're just coming out with these narratives that they're swallowing because there's nothing to counter them.
It's insane. I don't know. I mean, the teachers now. So I'll just my daughter is a school teacher of elementary school. Okay, and it's part of this woke culture. I mean, I hate to say that word because all these right-wing lunatics use the woke word,
no,
right?
that's exactly what it is. I say it all the time.
Well,
I hate it.
Yeah, it's nuts, right? And the word's just so everything's woke, and I'm like, good God, But it's like it's a everyone doesn't.
Okay, wait, Daniel, you you make good points. I just want to know more about what you mean by them, but I don't necessarily disagree with all of it.
Daniel Price is educated, I'm sure. Yeah, okay. Like I'm uneducated. I'm just some.
But I didn't get cookie cutter jingle. That's you. That's your.
He probably
kind of
goes to
spin
NYU.
on what he actually said.
He probably goes to NYU. So, and he's 24. So what are you going to do?
And we're not saying everyone's brainwashed by somewhat college, but this idea that the colonizer, what is it, imperialism, the capitalist imperialist colonizer.
Oh, he's anti-capitalist, Josh. I guarantee it.
Of these nations is definitely, it's not brainwashing, but if that's exactly what I said. If that's all that's being presented, and there's nothing else there's no way for them. Like when you teach science, you give them a way to go verify that what you're teaching them work. Like they could check it themselves. They're giving them this narrative, and they're not giving them any way to verify it for themselves. So they're left with nothing. That's the only source for it, and it's not brainwashing, but it's not offering them I guess a deeper, broader, richer perspective on it, which is what a university would normally do. So I never said brainwash, and I don't think any of us ever said Victor writes history. We did say
TikTok, buddy. It's all TikTok.
Oh, it's TikTok. Oh, well, this is, y'all have a history. I didn't realize that. This is not even about just this conversation.
Oh, it's anti-autistic comments. Even though
everyone's figuring out autism, and I've heard autistic people themselves say very contradicting things. So no one's an authority on autism.
I took an autism test, and I tested on the spectrum. You had to test over 100, and I was at like 230. I'm not diagnosed as an autistic, but
do you think you
are? I'm real good with numbers, historical facts. I know when the Battle of Hastings was, which was 1066. I remember the dumbest stuff.
Oh, I knew that one.
I got
That's
some ticks.
The Norman Conquest.
That's it. Yeah. Of course, right? But most people don't retain this kind of oddball. So I'm probably on the spectrum, as is my dad and my uncle. My nephew's diagnosed autistic. And I'm not like deep there, but I am But everybody now is autistic. I hear a lot of people like, oh, it's just his autism, So, but anyway,
It
I
kind of
certainly don't.
is, but in the process, I hope it all becomes normalized where so what? It's not even a big deal, and we don't even need to figure out how autistic someone is or what kind of autism. We just take it as okay.
My wife will say, he's neurodiverse, right?
Yeah.
So, like, if she's on her at her company, she's part of a thing for that. So,
Oh, okay.
yeah. So,
Cool.
but so I make negative comments about autism. Um, I just say whatever I want, So, but not in a sense that I'm hurtful as a human being, So, so if I
Well,
offend
I mean,
I certainly apologize.
I don't know you very well, but you don't seem malicious, and
I'm
people
not
are
malicious.
responsible for how they take something. So.
It's like Dave Chappelle comedy, right? That's my like the stuff Dave Chappelle says to me, I think is hilarious, right? But
Yeah,
if I
I think it's
said
very
that
cool.
stuff, then people are like, you're a racist. They would go crazy, especially if I did it on a college campus, right? But
Have you
I
tried it?
think no. But I will tell you that, I come from I think our generation is a little different, Jeff, because
Oh yeah.
like my mom was like, well, like we hear sticks and stones can break your bones, right?
Yeah.
And,
Yes. Exactly. Words will
like,
never hurt you, just
and it's like,
unless you let them.
and I have another idea, and it's like, okay, I say this a lot, like someone's opinion of me is really none of my business.
Mm-hmm.
It's none of my business, right? Like if someone hates my guts, or if I don't know that someone has a feeling towards me, it's like it's not really my business what you think of me. I don't care,
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
it's not
Where
really my
did you grow
business.
up? What part of
In
the
the
country?
Baltimore, East Coast, Baltimore metropolitan area.
Okay.
So I'm a Baltimorean. So,
Oh.
but yeah, just I don't know, man. I work for a company in my 20s, early 20s. This is 30 years ago, and these guys called each other every racial thing that you could call each other, right? This one guy's Jewish. I mean, black dude, just everybody. The Irish guy called him a Mick, called him all this stuff. And everybody called each other this stuff, and it was like, man, no one cared. No one cared. If other people came in and gave somebody a hard time, like, what are you talking about? They would push back on the guy, right? But people were it just was what people did. And I'm talking
Yeah.
the old guy. These guys were, the owner was probably a 75 old Jewish guy. And, somebody, call him, just racial, what's the word? Anti Jewish words, these words you hear. And I don't know. It's like then all of a sudden the whole hate speech hit thing. And I'm like, all right, well, I don't know what that is.
I
Like,
don't
and
think it's
how can you really say what the motive is, right? And then they started canceling people like Steven Pinkert, who's a hardcore liberal, like way lefty, right? Because he used the word niggardly,
kidding. You can't say
Nigardly.
niggardly anymore.
No, no. And apparently that means
Or niggardly.
niggardly, and that word has a
I
different
used that word
origin.
the other day.
Okay, it's a different origin, means a totally different thing.
Yeah. Like
But people,
intelligent people know this. Like they shouldn't have to dumb themselves down just to
yeah.
not
So
hurt
he
the
used it,
feelings of ignorant people.
and this guy he's a social justice warrior. This is like 2010. They canceled him, and he got fired, right, at Harvard. And yeah, dude, like, and I was like, what is going on? And then just now it's just everybody's crazy with this stuff, right? But the word doesn't have even the same origin in any way close to it. Means like something totally different, weird shit, and it's like from the Viking language or something, right? And he's a linguist, right? And then he got blown up because it was just close. Like, I'm like,
That's
are you
like
kidding?
that Chinese word that it's like that normal part of Chinese speech, but it sounds like the N word in America. And there's people that have gotten fired for like
what?
playing Chinese video. It's like their version of like it's like a little pause they put when they don't have anything to say, but it sounds like the American version of the N-word. And so when people play these little Chinese clips and it's in there, the students freak out and the professors get fired.
What? Yeah, that's so crazy, man. But
How
yeah,
is this intelligence?
yeah, it's dumb. It's dumb. So I don't know.
I think we've lost our universities. I really do. And
I,
maybe it's
I agree.
best.
I don't know, man. I'm kind of like done with all that, and well, I mean, I do think that I think there's kind of a course correction going on because like a lot of Gen X, like our generation, Jeff, which I love your name, Gen X Jeff, because I'm a Gen Xer. But
That's what I did.
I relate to those people. Like if you watched Woody Woodpecker as a kid, which I know you did,
I remember. I didn't like watch him much, but I know who he is. Yeah.
and there like it was a different TV time. It was different, And my wife's my age, so I'm 50, she's 48, so she gets my references. But we didn't have all. You came home from school and watched cartoons. You didn't have
Yeah.
on all day.
Yeah. Spider-Man, Batman.
That's it. But so I don't know. I think the Gen X group, but a lot of this is the millennial. They're up in arms with a lot of stuff, and now Gen Z, I don't even know. So I don't.
They
know.
sure are up in arms, and that's one of the big differences. Our generation was just not up in arms like that. Like we didn't have.
Leave me alone.
They have more or less this like they don't have. What am I trying to say? Their world is not that different from ours. They don't have as many reasons to be up in arms as they pretend to do. So this up in armness, I don't think is prompted by anything happening in actual reality. I think it's a feature of their generation and maybe social media.
Social media. They definitely, Jeff, they definitely have. So what I want to say, they definitely, social media is right because my sister is a millennial and every place she's ever gone in the last 15 years is on Facebook, and she's got the photo ops and she gets that picture from top, makes her look skinnier, Bahamas pic, you know what I'm talking about, right? So her whole life, and so I'm like, she's the most documented person in our family. She's a millennial, and our whole family just pictures constant. I'm living my best life, and it's like, listen, man, live your best life, enjoy that. You don't have to document it because that takes away from the experience, right? So it's just amazing that I don't know, man. I'm glad I've come up when I did. And there's a lot of communist kids now that are like, pro-communist. They have no comprehension. My nephew, Jeff, I get into it with him because I'm like, look, dude, you don't understand communism. You don't understand what happens eventually with it. I mean, in the beginning, it's great. Everybody cuts up the money somewhat. You get, what's S stood for Sigma.
We used to have a communist on here, and my impression is, and he would even admit this, it was a future world. It's not a world that
we've had
in their lifetime. So then why are you so invested in, like, why don't you make practical change today, like on something today? Why this future world? It's never going to happen in your lifetime.
Well, the thing is, like, I think it defies human nature, right? Like,
it sure does. But that's part of the appeal, is because it presents this view of human nature that's more, that people want to believe in, that's different from how it actually is. So it gives them like hope that they're not as awful as humans actually are.
Maybe. But, and the thing is, like, look, Jeff, you're a professional. You do something. I don't know what you do, but I'm in commercial building industry. And so if I work 10 hours a day and I'm in the engineering and I'm in a different, I don't build specifically, right? But I'm involved in building buildings, right? So, so if I work 10 hours a day, 5 days a week, and I get $100, just say, and somebody else is working 2 hours a day, and at the end of the week, they work 10 hours that week, I work 50, and we both get $100. Am I going to continue to work 50 hours a week while they work 10 for the same money? No. That's why communism fails, right? It's the fact that
That's one
you
of the
end up
reasons.
having a society where everyone's working to the least hours and challenge. Everyone just gets lazy, right? That's why it failed there. So
I was actually going lib mode myself and talking about lib's version of communism, but
uh,
it should use. Yeah, maybe because who was I talking with the other day? I think TCPS, but my understanding of communism is the Marx version, where the class consciousness eventually raises to the point where the revolution, like the final revolution, happens, and capitalism is replaced with communism. So
yeah.
all the versions after that, that's not really what I
Well,
mean when I
Leninism
say
was,
communism. But I know that other people do use other definitions. But
you could
I'm
say
talking about that whole
socialism.
tradition of Marx on down, really.
Yeah. Leninism, which is the elites are going to run it because the proletariat's too stupid.
Yeah, that's what.
That's Leninism. And then you got like, you know, but at the end of the day, all the public sharing and sharing of services by high taxation, ultra, like by stripping everyone else of their, eventually people don't want to work. And I have a friend from Romania that grew up in like Soviet, he's Romanian. He's like, it's the worst thing you can imagine, right? He's like, I got a loaf of bread a week. As a kid, they got a loaf of bread a week. That was their allotment.
For the whole family, or
Yeah,
just each kid?
they mainly ate rice. Loaf of bread a week. He would go to the store. It was just a loaf of terrible Russian bread. And he said he came here and he went into a store and there was like, like 40 different loaves and 8 different kinds. And now you go into a Walmart, there's like 300 different kinds of bread you can buy in these places, right? Like it's amazing. So, but a planned economy, that's a
Mhm.
communist thing. So, but a lot of the libs though, they like this whole so high, socialism,
I think
communism
it's the
from that.
managerialism. I think it's the new bourgeoisie, and they're
It is, yeah.
some kind of sense of power over the masses.
Well, I
Not in
think
a
it's
like conspiratorial, the elites are running the world thing, but just in the sense of how society stratifies along
it's weird,
class
Jeff.
status
Like
lines.
Rachel Maddow, right? She's on MSNBC. She's a
Yeah, I
big.
used to watch her back in the day during Trump.
Well, the funny thing about her is she went to like like Greenwich Day School. It's about 90 grand a year, right, for tuition for like high school, right? And she's now the speaker for the working people. You know what I mean? So you got
She
her.
she's like the voice of the working class.
She's the voice of the working class, right?
How
Saki.
did that happen?
Yeah, well, dude, like Saki, right? Saki's out here, Biden's press secretary. She's now on SME. She's a big lib.
Oh,
Jen
Jen.
Psaki,
Okay,
right?
yeah, I remember her. I haven't
Jen
seen her.
Psaki went to school with some of the Ashers, okay, like some of the money, like the ultra wealthy Rockefeller level wealth people, right? Like their kids, right? And I'm sit back, I'm like, and these people are fighting for the working man. Come on,
Where
Yeah.
where are our fighters? Like what the middle class and the working class? Where are our people?
I'm not a big Trumper. Um, I'll tell you that Trump's policies were good policies.
Well,
But
didn't he do that big tax cut for the rich though?
no,
Yeah, he
if you
did.
read it, well, if you read his tax cut, he cut corporate taxes, which I want to abolish. I'll explain. Because most
Oh,
people go, oh, corporations are greedy. But people don't understand who pays corporate taxes, which is the consumers. Okay. Because Walmart, if I passed today, if I passed a tax on apples at Walmart, right? On all the
well,
Walmarts had to sell
that's
apples.
quite a claim, Daniel. I would want some evidence for that. But go ahead with
So
Walmart apples.
So if I said $10 an apple, okay, as an example, right? At all the major stores, just corporate tax on apples, right? Will Walmart sell apples tomorrow and lose money? Oh, well, they're normally $1 now, right? We're just going to sell these apples for $1 a piece, or will they raise the price so that it's $11 an apple?
Has
Right?
this been put forth before? There's got to be a reason they're not doing it that way.
Well, because what they do is they just charge corporations 20% at the end of the year for their taxes, or 35 or
I mean,
15.
I pay tax on my business annually too, and I don't get any, like,
So you
I don't
pay
pass it
corporate.
on to my customers. I guess I could. I do actually. I do know some
Well,
people in my
when
profession that do.
you do, you just don't see it,
They like
right?
build the tax structure into the prices in a way that the customer. They make sure
Okay,
the
so
customer
you
covers
pay
their tax burden as
your
well.
business, you pay 20% taxes on if you have a corporation, right?
Um,
I
well,
think it's
actually,
21.
this year no, but I
It's
don't know
28.
honestly.
It's 28 this year because I think Biden, or hold on, maybe he's trying to raise corporate taxes, but they cut it from, it was 35, then it got cut, but Trump cut the corporate taxes to 21, right? Biden wants to raise them back up. But all it does, you're not going to lose money, right? What you're going to do is you're going to, what does it say? Revolving doors in DC and corporate America, including presidents of both parties. We know that, Daniel. Okay. That doesn't have to do with taxes. But my point is the taxes get absorbed into the cost of goods that are sold or the services, right? If they doubled the taxes on your business today, you're not going to lose money. You're just going to go, man, I can't.
Yeah, you're right. I would have to raise my prices to cover it
Yeah. Or
because
you
I'm
would go
not
work
going to
for
take
some.
the hit for it.
Yeah. So that's what they do. And so the consumers pay the taxes, especially at large corporations like Walmart and Target, because they're raising it on all the retailers at the same time. Like, okay, we're doubling corporate taxes. Okay, cool. At the end of the year, Target's not going to go, oh, what's this tax bill doing here? Well, we got to raise prices because we got to get profits up, right? So tariffs are for different reasons. But anyway, so I think what they need to do is abolish corporate taxes because it's sneaky. The
Well, then, but
consumers,
what? Those corporate taxes are funding something. Where do they get that from?
the corporate taxes pay into the government about 10 to 15%, I believe, of government revenue. So what you do is you take those taxes and abolish them, and you put them onto high income earners, right? And you simply raise personal taxes because
Well,
Elon Musk.
that's going to go over well, I'm sure.
Well, it's hard, but right now what's happening is the common person, that coffee cup right there you got in the coffee you're drinking, or maybe Coke or whatever, booze, I don't know.
Yellowstone Dutton Ranch.
But it's a sneaky way to take money from the consumers. Everybody's consuming food, everybody's consuming stuff, right? And they do it in a sneaky way. We can't see it, right?
So they should take it from the rich instead, not the consumers.
I don't look, I'm anti-tax overall. I want transparency. But so like Elon Musk, they're like, he didn't pay any taxes. Well, that year he didn't draw any income out of his business. But the following year he did, because to buy a house, to get any of the money out of his business, he has to get taxed on it, right? He has to. He paid 11 billion in taxes. He paid more tax in that 1 year than anybody's paid in any year ever. Yeah. So, by the way, the rich pay more than their fair share of taxes.
Yeah, I looked at the tax chart the other day, and they are. It's like 37% here in the U.S. if you make over $500,000.
Yeah. The top 1%, which they vilify, right? The top 1% pay like 40%, 37% of all the taxes in the country. It's insane, right? Or maybe it's the top 1% pay 20% of all the federal taxes. It's a high number, right? And then the top 10% pay like 90% of the taxes. So if you, and the bottom 50% pay like 3% of federal taxes, right? 160 million people pay 3% of the
Well,
federal
those are the
taxes.
ones I hear complaining on here all the time, that it's oppression and slavery and mind control and prison planet and all of that. And it turns out
Stupid.
paying taxes is what they're talking about.
Yeah. Well,
And
the
I'm sure
truth
they're
is,
not in the 37% bracket. I'm sure it's the
no.
people in this 10% that are.
As soon as people start talking about the rich not paying their fair share, I'm like, you don't know anything about taxes then. Like you have no idea what you're talking about. If you look at what's coming into the federal government and what percentage and who's paying what, the poor people pay nothing. The middle class pay some, but people that are upper income or upper middle class and wealthy pay all the taxes. I mean,
Well,
think
thank
about it
y'all,
this.
by the way, if any of y'all are out there watching us. Thank you.
Hey, I say it all the time. Bill Gates is paying, if you look at what one family on social services fully, right? Like on meal, on housing, it's like 40 grand, right?
That's why they come to Seattle. They have Jeff Bezos up here. They have Bill Gates. They have Paul Allen. And they have all the like all this. They come
Come
from
on
all
up.
those other cities to Seattle because of our social services, which
listen,
don't even work.
They get about 40 grand a year in actual benefit, right? So Jeff, do this math.
The homelessness racket here, like the money that goes through, it's in the millions, maybe billions.
Check this out. Stay with me. You got, if it's 40 grand for a family in benefits, right? And Elon Musk pays 11 billion in 1 year for taxes. How many families did he pay for?
That's math. Somebody do it. Ask
You
the
got
AI.
so these families should be
I'm not the
beating on
numbers
his door
guy.
and going, "Hey, listen, Elon, thank you for supporting my family for this year because you paid 11 billion. He paid for 1 million families or something. I mean, something crazy, right? Like they should be thanking Elon Musk, not the other way around. Oh, you're like he paid for all these families. That's what he did. He paid his taxes in the
You
government.
think it's envy, like just class envy or
I,
status?
I mean, I'm jealous of him myself, but I don't want to take his money. You know what I mean? So
I wouldn't want that. That seems like more work, headache, and work than fun.
I don't want to do it. Yeah. Well, okay. So the guy's got a mining company. He's putting spaceships into space. like he's got 4 companies that are doing crazy stuff.
Yeah, but Daniel, they get that back at the end of the year if they make under
Of course,
a certain amount.
he doesn't understand the tax code at all, right? He thinks his
Because I am one of these people. There's years I don't even file a tax return because I don't make enough to even pay taxes. Like there's definitely a floor that if you're below, you don't pay any taxes at all. Sometimes you even get stuff back. There's the earned income credit, which you can sometimes get even if you don't pay any tax.
If you don't pay any tax, the government gives you free money like if you don't. I used to get that when I was younger. They had that. They had it for a long time. I get it.
Yeah, and then Washington State has its own kind of credit of that too. So some states give you that as well.
Yeah. Washington seems like it's a.
Daniel, I wish you'd come up because I like your conversations, but
he doesn't.
I always
never
want to
opened
know
up.
more.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. The only taxes they pay are taxes at the point of sale, which is a state tax, right? Yeah. They're not paying federal income taxes. There's no way. So,
but everybody pays that point of sale, so that's.
But they do pay in the cost of goods at Walmart through the corporate tax, and that's my problem with the corporate taxes. It's sneaky and it's used as a whip by the Democrats, which the Democrats are like, oh, it's greedy corporations. And I'm like, if they double corporate taxes, prices will go up almost instantly because, again, corporations don't lose money.
If they eliminate it completely, I still don't like the rich people are not going to want to have that burden shifted onto them.
They're not. And that's why, but they're not. People paying.
It sounds like somebody's getting screwed in this situation. And historically, I haven't seen it be the rich.
Well, the rich don't want it to. So the reason I'd like to see it abolished and it put onto the rich people, I'm not wealthy, I mean, I do pretty well, but I'm not wealthy. Well, I'm not wealthy, right? But if you abolish corporate taxes and put it on top earners, right? Most of the people's money is in their retirement accounts, right? You have a retirement account, maybe, right? You got a retirement account?
No.
401k, IRA? You should get one.
No, I've stayed at a job long enough. I've never been able to keep a job long enough to have one. Like I
You can
have it
start.
when I work the job and then it gets rolled over into something. I don't know how that works. It might be
Okay.
out there somewhere. But I don't
Well,
have like a real one. Put it that way.
Go find one. Yeah. Well, hold on. If it's getting rolled over, you need to get that money. They owe it
What
to
does
you.
that mean? Like I have money out there?
Yes. Did you put any money into it?
I don't know. I don't know about any of that stuff. I know when like I start the jobs, you have to fill all this paperwork, and then they tell you the benefits and their plans. Sometimes you have to pick a specific plan. So I do all that part of it, but then after I get fired or quit, I don't ever know what happens after that.
Well, so if you start putting money in that, right? Taxes are deferred. You don't pay any taxes on that, and then it accumulates tax free, and it goes into a retirement account. That's invested in the stock market. They don't just keep the money.
Accumulating.
Absolutely.
Invested.
And that's where and your employer will often match you on it. You're independently employed now, right? Though you have your own business or something?
I'm self-employed now.
Yeah. So you can do an IRA, but the whole key to it is this. So if you put in, just say 10 grand, right? That comes off, you don't pay any taxes on the money. And then when you get out, when you retire, you would pay taxes in, which you're not going to have income then, so it'll be lower. So you're avoiding taxes, right? But then if you put in 10 grand in a standard investment account, like, and just buy Vanguard or somebody, right? Like they got a lot of different companies that do this stuff. Vanguard's a good one. BlackRock is one of them that's vilified, but they'll make you a lot of money.
Oh, so you're helping fund BlackRock?
No, I don't like BlackRock, but I'm with T. Rowe Price as a company that's I believe in. But T. Rowe Price, and then the money accumulates because they're investing in Apple, and you can just buy Apple stock. You can buy Berkshire Hathaway, right? But and these
do you consider yourself a capitalist?
Yeah, of course, I'm a capitalist, man.
I just want to tell you how refreshing it is speaking to a capitalist such as yourself after the communists and all the other isms.
The socialists.
Yeah, I like that.
Well, the thing is, it's been the best system. It works, and it seems to be pretty natural to trade. It's trade. You trade things, Hey, I'm good at painting. Jeff's good at singing. I'll pay you to sing. You pay me to paint. I mean, it's kind of like trade, right? That's capitalism, So, you know what I mean?
I'm still trying to master it.
Sharing,
I haven't given up on it. I still believe in it. I shouldn't, but I still do.
Sharing and communism is just sharing, like when you were a kid, the reason
and that works on a certain scale. Like it works on a household scale or a small group or maybe even a village or a community.
Yeah, it does when there's accountability, visible accountability amongst the group, right?
Yeah.
But if there's no visible accountability, like you're in Washington and I'm in Maryland, Jeff's probably sleeping all day. Why the hell am I going to go to work?
Now, what about blockchain? Does that offer some accountability? I know there's hope for the future that it's going to offer some kind of transparency and accountability.
So Bitcoin was at like nothing. Then it was at $60,000. Then it was at 14,000. Now it's at like 70 in the last 5 years. So I'm like, all right, it's a little volatile. So it's just
I do believe this. Daniel's saying here, this seems like a problem.
Well, the cost of living is high, Daniel, because the federal government injected $5 trillion into the economy, and the Federal Reserve kept the interest rates very low, and it put too much cash in the system. Okay, so in other words, when everybody's got cash and goes out and buys TVs, the price of TVs goes up. Okay, because they don't have to mark them down. And so the federal government caused rampant inflation, Joe Biden's policies specifically. So it's called Keynesian economics. You can look up John Maynard Keynes. It's a demand-based thing. And the goal was to stimulate the economy, but he overstimulated. He was warned, do not do this, by Clinton's economic advisor from the 90s, a guy that said, don't do this, you're going to cause inflation. And he did. And that it's still here. So, yep.
Why did he do it? Like, why did he do it instead
He's
of
an idiot.
listening to this guy? Yeah,
Well,
but it can't just be idiocy. Like, in
So-
his mind, he had to have some, like, political or strategic reason.
What he did, the reason he did it was, so number one, I can't even believe this now.
Okay,
Well, he's
the
some
reason he
fiat
did it
currency.
was,
Yeah. So here's why he did it. So he took and overstimulated the economy. So we're coming out of the Trump situation, which Trump also handed money out, right?
yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know how much friend Trump was either.
Yeah. Well, so there's a certain amount. So when your economy is not, it'll start to lock up. Banks aren't loaning money because they're like, we don't know if we're getting it back. And then the federal government is not giving out money. People will start hoarding cash, and then the economy just stops functioning, right? So there was this guy called John Maynard Keynes that said there's two ways that you can stimulate the economy to get people believing in it again, because a lot of it's about believing in it, right? You can cut taxes. The Republicans do that. When you cut taxes, people that have money end up with more money in their hand. They just go out and buy a TV, right? Then a bunch of people go buy TVs. Best Buy goes, man, we're selling TVs like crazy. And then they're taking all that extra money and they're like, we can build a new building with this. They build a new building, right? Then a bunch of contractors are like, hey man, we're building buildings again, right? So that's how it works, right? All these transactions are happening, right? Money's flowing through the economy. That's what you want. So when the government hands out money, or you cut taxes, that's a way to stimulate the economy, put more money in people's hands, or the Federal Reserve cuts the interest rate, which is that's a lot to explain. But basically, when they cut interest rates, it means I can borrow cheaper. So if I was thinking about building a hospital, man, I could borrow this money for less. It's a good time to do it now. Let's borrow the money, put our own money out there, and we'll build a hospital. That's a lot of business going on there, right? You got contractors, you got architects, So this is to get the economy going, right? So problem is if you overdo it and create too much demand, too much business, man, I'm so busy. I'm going to raise my prices, right? I can. I'm so busy. I got to hire more guys. That costs me more money. I got to raise my prices. So prices go up, inflation, right? The problem is it was too much money in the system. The economy was too good. When you give out more money like he did, it overstimulates it, right? That's when you get inflation. For 40 years, we have not had that situation with so much money flowing through the economy. 40 years ago, it was under Carter, and prices were going up for other reasons. So the long and short of it is, he was told by Larry Summers, listen, this is too much money. He did the math, because economists do math, right? A lot of other younger economists he listened to, they never lived through inflation. They have no idea. They're 40 years old, right? We haven't had it in 40 years. So long and short of it is he listened to the wrong people. And it makes him look good when he hands out money. Just like that's Trump did. Oh yeah, Trump was like, let me give out money, So it's more detailed than that, but I'm just trying to give you but essentially he overcooked the economy. That's all. So when he says it's great, yeah, unemployment's down, everything's good. But guess what?
What I had heard too, that when you look at the numbers, the economy's actually doing quite well.
So the overall economy has grown, if you just do the math, right? But here's an example. If I sell you $1 this year and it's $1, here, I'll give you, it's $1, right? And then next year it's $2, did the cost of apples grow? It looks like we're selling more apples, but we only sold one. But the price was
Say
more.
that again. Like okay, you
Okay.
give me $1 1 year
All right. So
for an
okay,
apple,
so
or you just give me $1.
yeah. Okay, if this year apples are $1, let's just say all the apples in the country like sell for $1 million this year, right? All the
Okay.
the apple sales for the whole U.S. was $1 million.
Okay.
If the price of apples goes up by 20 cents, and it's now $1,200,000, one could easily say, "Hey, man, apple sales are up this year by $200,000."
Even though it's the
You
same amount of apples.
bingo. You sold the same number of units, but because of inflation, it appears bigger. That's what. Hey, the economy's great. Well, the economy's great because the prices are inflated. The question is, how many units of items are selling throughout the year, right? So what hurts, and so he says the economy's great, right? Well, that's because of the inflated prices. The economy appears great. Now, here's what he's not saying. Since he was elected, he's had 7% inflation in the first year. Now, you know how inflation works, right? You know, like more money, right? Everything's more money, inflation, right? So if you think about what you make a year, if you let's just say you make 10 grand a year, $100,000, and we'll do round
I'll
numbers.
take that. Yeah.
You make $100,000 a year, right? If you make 100 grand this year and 100 grand the following year, but you have 7% inflation, that 100,000 a year the following year, you can only buy $93,000 worth of stuff because the price of goods are inflated by 7%. You follow me?
Yeah.
Okay. So if I don't get a raise by 7%, I'm going backwards. I can
Then
buy
you have
less.
to start cutting your expenses
Yeah.
or cost of standard of living.
Yes. So what's happened is this. His first year, he had 7% inflation. The second year, his second year in office, he had 6.5% inflation. The third year, he had 3.5% inflation. Under Trump, Obama, Clinton, Reagan, we haven't had this inflation in 40 years. They all had 2 to 3%, just roughly. Trump had like 2%. Obama had 2 to 3%.
So the 7% was high.
That's 1 year. Yeah, it's super high.
Now, how much of that was COVID?
COVID would have drove prices down initially because the economy was seizing, right? Trump did his stimulus, the economy got going. That's all we really needed. Unemployment was a little high, but it would have come down. Why do you think the numbers on unemployment were high? Let me think. Oh, that's right. We closed everything, right? We closed places like, okay, you're laid off, right? But the economy was moving again. The market had recovered, which that's a piece of it. But we would have been fine. But instead, he passed the American Rescue Plan 3 months into office. The Democrats signed up. They made it so people didn't have to pay rent. That's more money in people's pockets to buy TVs with. Stimulates, people had a lot of money.
I remember that. I was one of those people. I do remember those days.
You were living it up, right? You were living it up. You're like I said, my daughter lost her job. She was making $400 a week, and she went on unemployment, and she was getting like $900 a week.
Yeah.
It was like crazy.
I lost my job 3 days before COVID. Like I just happened to qualify. Like other than that, I would not have come on any of that.
But I saw him do it, and I'm like, my daughter is making more than double the money. She's like 20. She was like a server.
Now we did have to pay tax on all. I will say that.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
But here's the screwed up thing about it is, and if you went on unemployment, you probably still are doing better, right? You got more money.
I'm not on it now, but I was then during the 2020.
Well, a lot of people though, like a lot of American families got money, but I will tell you that if you look at what they got in stimulus, which the average was about $4,000 for American family, right? And then if you figure that family, husband and wife both working, let's say they make $100,000, right? and you factor in inflation, they've lost more money from the stimulus than they got because the stimulus overcooked the economy. You follow me? If you do that math. I love math, so I've done it.
No, I
But
don't follow
anyway,
you.
okay, so if a family makes $100,000 and I give them 4,000, right? That year they make 104,000.
Yeah.
The following year you have 7% inflation.
Oh, because of the 4,000. Oh, I see.
It's a result of the stimulus. Like that money they handed out overstimulated the economy. It overcooked it. And when you create that much demand,
But
prices go.
has it corrected by now? It's been like 3 or 4
It
years.
yes, it's like from the stimulus, that money's out of the economy. What's this saying?
That all the money we're given for the wars, the proxy wars. Some of
Well,
that is we have treaties though. So
yeah, some of it.
I don't
Well,
know
and
how
they're
much.
giving.
Like that's what I'm saying. Like you get these initial narratives, and then you start peeling them back and looking into the details, and the picture turns very different. So
Well, I don't think the
I'm a little
Ukraine.
skeptical of some of these like
I don't think the
ready-made
Ukraine. We
narratives.
have to. I don't think we have to give them money. I don't know what treaties we have with them, but I do know we said we would help them when we got them to give up their nuclear weapons. I think we did sign something then, but I don't know. I don't know all the
And is
details
that
to say.
Congress? Is that all being determined by Congress or the military strategist or combination
They
of
got
both?
that. I mean, the Hague is the UN. We have treaties with like
I mean,
for
as far as just our part in it, who is that under Congress's
well, like if it's NATO, it
determination?
falls under. I think I don't know. I guess we're in NATO, which is an organization. So I don't know. I guess they would determine our involvement there. I don't know. But as far as the money for Ukraine, what is this 34 trillion national
Yeah,
deficits?
I'm with you there. I could definitely use some of that human capital investment here myself, and that's one of my complaints. Not necessarily don't invest in defense, but that and it's more of a state thing than a federal thing, but some of the funding comes from the feds, is that they don't fund enough like grassroots stuff here in the US from people that have the potential to like do something with it. I would like to see more investment in people
I
here in
don't.
the
I don't.
US.
I personally don't like sending. I think we shouldn't send any money somewhere unless we get something for it. That's where I'm at. No
But
aid.
I'm also thinking that there's reasons that we send the money where we send it, and they're probably not
Well,
very
it's soft
sensational
power.
reasons.
It's soft power.
They're probably like very practical, yeah, like very practical reasons that we
Yeah.
make the decisions we make to keep our power going,
Well, I
which I
was just
want
in
us
the.
to do.
I was just in the Bahamas. Okay. And I looked. There was the Chinese have built this stadium, no strings attached, right? For the Bahamians, they built them a stadium. They bought the Baha Mar large resort there. The Chinese are investing there, right? They're trying to get a foothold in the Caribbean right
Right.
now.
Oh, I see.
And Jamaica, they've got a deal cooking where they're
They're
pulling a lot of them.
colonizing.
Well, they're trying to economically influence the Caribbean right near us, right? Of course, because we're over there in Asia, right? So they're trying to play a little game there. But so they donated a stadium. They just built them a big stadium. I'm like, well, okay, so we do that kind of stuff. Start to peddle influence and things. So, but I mean, you can't isolate from the world and just say, hey, we're not going to do, you know what I mean? We're not involved. We don't care. Like it doesn't work. So you have to do something. But I do think the money was Ukraine. We can't win Ukraine. So I don't know. There's a different strategy there though, which I'm in DC. I do a lot of work in DC. I got guys that have told me things that it's not even about capital. It's not about democracy in Ukraine. It's not about it's not it's about the food supply in Ukraine. So the thing is there is a talking to people in the DC circuit and people that work at NSA. Okay, I'm not even supposed to really talk about it, but I have before. So
Oh,
China has plans on the ground. What's that?
Oh, I
What's
said,
that?
well, then keep going. No,
Yeah,
they
just
have
keep
planes
going.
on the ground for what?
Well, they have plans on the ground to invade Taiwan, and you hear
I
it in the
have
news a
heard.
lot.
I have heard rumblings.
So they've done a lot of stuff. They feel it's theirs. China is struggling right now with their economy. They got big problems in China. I mean, and they got a debt issue. They have they have cities, just cities built because they've overbuilt, right? They have they build condos, right? So they got all these buildings that are built that are unoccupied because the concrete is not good. Um, and they just
How did they
overbuilt.
get built? They don't have the same standards and
No,
regulations we have here. Oh wow!
you just be driving down the street and like hunks of concrete fall off of buildings.
What?
Yeah, because they pulled
Why?
all the concrete. So the aggregate that's used in concrete. I'm in commercial buildings, I know this, but the aggregate you use in aggregate, sand, and it's concrete's basically four things. Okay, one of them is sand, one of them is stone. Okay, the sand they pulled out of the ocean, they dredged it, so it's got salt in it, and salt just eats concrete, like in your driveway, right?
So they're just like taking shortcuts and stuff.
Dude, they got no standards. Like we have, how you see scaffolding in Seattle,
How do
or
you stay competitive with no standards?
well, inside of China, they're just competing with themselves that are all cutting corners. So, but when they send stuff here, they have to at least have some
Oh, so they
standards.
have like the Chinese version of things for their country, and then the version they send out to everybody else.
Absolutely,
Oh my
they don't want
god!
to. Yeah. Oh, and it's real corrupt. Like it's a lot of bribery and things. But so look, all these Chinese, they're they can't really just invest in the stock market or this or that. So they've invested in real estate. They're people. If you have any money in China, you put it in real estate in their country, and that is imploding. They've had multiple bank failures out there. So they're struggling. So they're going to try to manufacture their way out of it right now. That's why we're putting tariffs on them because we'll manufacture our way out. We'll just sell stuff to the whole world, do our manufacturing because they do a great job with that, right? So that's why Biden's like, you know what? They're going to try to undercut us on everything, right? Because we compete with them. So that's why he's tariffing the shit out of them, which he should be. I think it's a good move. But
Didn't Trump do that too when he took off?
yeah, Trump did it. Trump's tariffs were kind of stupid though, but that's a caveat. Yeah, well,
Hmm.
what Daniel's not saying there is that China was going to, you either partner with them, they got 1.5 billion people, you either partner with them or you just compete with them, right? We try to utilize them, but we just gave them too much of our stuff, like iPhones to make. We shouldn't have gave them that. So, but they were going to become, look, all these liberal socialists have this idea that you could just wake up in 1955 and just go work a job and come home and your wife was at home, right? Or your significant other's at home. And it's just easy. And it was in the 60s, it was easy. It was easier than it is now to buy a house. But here's why we didn't have any competitors. The US blew up every factory in Germany, every factory in friggin' Japan, and they were the other people making things. We sold all the goods to the whole world. We could charge whatever we wanted. So all these people here had great jobs. You'd come out of high school and just go to the mill and work in the steel mill, right? Well, guess what? That was a period of time that was going to end because Germany rebuilt, Japan rebuilt. China was coming online. They were starting manufacturing. We just got in with them. And India is now. And right now we're trying to get India. We're helping India so that we can influence India and we can utilize their cheap labor and things like that. So we have to.
Yeah, which sounds normal and sounds like what the world's been doing from the beginning of time. And if this was a board
Yeah.
game, this all sounds like just normal strategic tactical moves that the different players would be making.
Yeah. It's, I don't know. People are, you know, I don't like that we've sold some of the high-end technology, or we had them make it, right? The iPhones we could have made here. Like we
The
shouldn't give them
TikToks.
what's that? Yeah, like I mean,
But
why shouldn't
why did we do it? Because it was cheaper. But then, did we have enough Americans that could or wanted to do it too with the labor force?
Apple said that they went? So we've been offshoring manufacturing for a while, and these other companies that started doing it got good at it. They're good at it, right? So when iPhone went there, they said to do it in America, it was moving a lot of pieces and parts around. When you went to China, he said there were 300 people in the room that knew about taps, dies, tool making, and machinery, and how to set this up beginning to end. They could do the whole phone right there, no shipping of parts, and it was like they were ready to roll, right? That wasn't going to happen here. So just because they're the manufacturer of the world now,
So they outcompeted us.
Oh, absolutely. Hey, we're going to have your iPhone done in 2 weeks. We'll give you a prototype. And over here, we're like, oh, well, we got to move. It's going to be 8 months. you know, like, they can produce iPhones. Like, so we've screwed ourselves there because they're good at it now. I mean, and by the way, they have very cheap labor.
Yeah, I have heard that. There's a documentary I watched on the people in China that make the Mardi Gras beads, and it's fascinating. And it's the same way they work like
But we don't want
all
to
day
make.
long to make these little plastic beads that
So
you
look,
buy for pennies and throw away.
here's the idea. Jeff. So I don't know what you do professionally, but
I'm a peer counselor, mental health.
okay, okay. So you're a mental health counselor. You're a so you're not
Well,
working with your hands.
no. Although I am tempted. I am looking for something part time, and I am tempted to take something manual just for the
Feels good.
therapeutic benefit of it.
It's a good thing. I was a bricklayer, so that was my trade.
That
I
sounds
laid
so
bricks.
appealing to me right now.
It's hard work, dude. But it'll make you strong, and you will get your frustration out, and you'll sleep good.
Well,
You will have no.
you really
You're,
know how to sell it.
look, all the neurotic stuff in here, I did not have. I just laid bricks, and you're physically spent, and you feel you could see your work at the end of the day. It was a great job, but it didn't pay much. So, but listen, here's the thing. The whole idea with outsourcing manufacturing is this: as a peer counselor, you're going to make X. That's a high. I saw that high cost of low prices. I get it. As a peer counselor, the idea with the outsourcing things is this, right? If you're trying to make money and you're a peer counselor, you're not going to you don't want to cut your own grass, right? Or that only pays $10 for your yard, let's say, right? If you can make $50 a day, 100, just say 100 a day. If you can make 100 a day and get somebody else to do something that you would have to do for 10 a day, right? If you work 7 days a week, you're not going to go work for $10 a day when you can work for 100 a day, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to, so like t-shirts, we don't want to make here because they don't make any money. You pay all these people and they're all making $2 a day. If you made t-shirts here, it would be a lot more. We want our people making computers, satellites, because we could sell a satellite to another country, and our people have made hundreds of dollars an hour, right? And they're spending $80 million for one satellite, and we've only taken like 20 man hours to make it. Whereas they're selling us their t-shirts for the same man hours, how many men they have times the hours, but we only spent $8,000. We sold something for 80 million. They sold us $8,000, and our people's hours, right, were the same hours that they applied to make the t-shirts. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's called it's being up on it's called a value chain. We're high on the value chain. Like, our people are making more money. So we don't want to make t-shirts, right? We don't. It's a low technical
It seems
skill.
like there would be people in the U.S. who are not high on the value chain that would see making T-shirts as an opportunity to move up the value chain? Are there just not
Well,
enough
what
in
I'm
the US?
trying to
Is it not feasible here?
what I'm trying to say is the whole idea that we did this offshoring was that, right? Like we're going to offshore making t-shirts, and we're going to make satellites here because we do better as a
But
country
what
or
about the
something.
people here that still did want to make T-shirts? They just got out competed. Like they
Well,
they could
so the
still
people
do it,
here,
but there wasn't a market for it because they couldn't
well,
charge
it's
the
more
same
money.
price.
We have standards, we have labor practice, like we have OSHA, we have
Uh,
healthcare, we have, right. So the idea was, well, um, we're going to take that American, instead of them making T-shirts, we're going to teach them how to make satellites. So
what are we good at? Like, what did we keep for ourselves that we didn't outsource that's still high value?
I mean, we're really a technology economy. Like we're
Ugh.
research and development. Most of the stuff we are the brainchild of the world.
Oh, you
We're the
said don't
brainchild.
tell, no, Renato, don't tell me that. I'm gonna get black pilled real quick.
Why? Why? We're the brainchild of the world, man.
Well,
Why? You
tech
don't.
wise, like STEM field, STEM wise, maybe. I don't.
We're the
But
brain. I mean,
like as far as like critical thinking and
all the
philosophy
inventions
and
come
deep
from here.
depth and stuff like that, I
All the
worry about.
inventions.
We're a
Our camp.
consumer society.
We're a consumer society, but like so, we'll invent something. Like most of the inventions come out of the United States. I mean, think about it. What was invented in China?
Gunpowder. Think of where we'd be. And the fortune cookie. No, that was. I think that's a U.S. thing too.
No, I think you're right though. I think it was China. Well, that was funny. It's like the 1200s though, but
Yeah.
no, if you look at the modern era, like
I was
most
kidding.
things are invented here. Well, I mean, dude, I think they did. But but like we're the brainchild of the world. Like our campuses, the R&D going on. I mean, it's
Again, Daniel makes a good point. Yeah, we're this like tech innovation hub genius thing, but the stuff the materials of what we innovate on are made by this exploited labor market. So we're tied to them and they're tied to us no matter what.
Daniel's probably an accountant, or he's probably
Maybe he works for Price Waterhouse.
he's an assistant at a college probably. So he's
An
probably,
adjunct
look, believe me,
professor.
he's sucking down those cups those
Oh, are
lattes one
you
after
getting
another.
like commie professor academic vibes from him?
I don't. It's hard to say, but it's always. I guarantee
I
he's
liked
not
it. I usually agree with him, like 90% of the time. To me, he hits it right
the,
on. So
the thing
um,
is,
I don't think
people
maybe politically we're aligned, but
people say all this stuff, but they're not in the mine, right? They're not extracting, they're not digging through the field to do anything. They just complain about the US and how we exploit labor markets. And then they're usually like, they're like an office worker sitting in the air conditioned office with their little laptop. By the way, all that stuff comes from oil, it comes from mining, it comes from manufacturing in
thank
terrible
you.
places.
We're all interdependent. Quit pointing
Well,
fingers.
and we're all, you buy the okay, tell you what, go off the grid, live in some cabin, get rid of your iPhone that you're on that's made out of oil, plastic.
That's great,
But
actually.
I mean,
There
dude,
are
Jeff,
people. There is a push for that. I see it on here a lot. That kind of like back to
do it.
the primitivism, like back to earlier ways of living.
Like okay, let's take your house. I'm looking at your house, okay? Um Oh yeah, so Daniel, so he died of black lung. My point is, Daniel, is you're talking about how we exploit labor and do all these things, but yet you're probably not sacrificing anything to not do it. And that's the point, right? So, like, if you look at what you have, these people cry about the environment all the time too,
Mhm.
right? Same type of person. And I'm like, oh, okay, really? So how'd you get here? They're like, a car. Okay. Was it EV? Yeah. Okay. That car's entire interior is made out of oil because it's plastic. In your room right now, Jeff, that paint in your room is plastic. You're
Which
talking
one?
into well,
This
it's acrylic. Yeah. It's everything we touch is plastic everywhere. Your mic is
laptop.
plastic.
This is
It's
metal,
look,
but
plastic.
yeah,
Paints, the
screen,
siding on
the
your
button,
it's the
the
buttons,
antlers,
possibly
plastic.
this plastic, right? We got to get rid of oil.
Well,
What?
I'm from Louisiana. My whole family is like everybody down there is oil economy. That was my dad
Well,
worked for oil,
I'm like,
my
how are
stepdad,
you
my
going to?
brother. Like, if you had any kind of quality job at all, it was tied to the oil
Those oil,
company
yeah. It's like
somehow.
we're not getting rid of oil. Like you can't. The TV's oil. Are we got like every lubricant in the world? Like your coffee table has a sealer on it that comes from oil. Everything we touch every day is coming from oil. Everywhere we look, right? Like if you just look at your house, the siding on the outside of your house, the electrical cables in your walls have a plastic coating on them, the Bromex, okay? Oil. There's copper in them too. That door right there, right? So the door behind you is that door is a hollow core door. What that means is it's glued together with little wood chips that have an epoxy in them that is from
Oil.
oil. The doorknob, that brass coating on it, it might be brass or the hinges, comes from oil.
It's just an apartment, by the way. I don't want people to think I have as
Well,
fancy a place as he's describing.
the shingles, just everything there's hard to look. You can't look at a house, a building, almost nowhere without seeing oil. If you see plastic, it's oil, right? And I'm like, we got to get rid of big oil. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you guys don't know what you're talking.
But what
It's
do you think
insanity.
about like alternate energy sources and eventually transitioning? That seems a little more reasonable. Like I
I
have
think
no
we should.
problem exploring alternate
No,
sources of it.
one reason. So I
But
don't want to get rid of all the oil because then it's gone, and we're going to need to use it, right? So I think alternate oil is good. I think we should explore nuclear. I think that you know, I think I like solar, but the return isn't quite there yet. They still got to develop it. I think we use all energy sources, like
yeah,
everything.
yeah.
And, I think natural gas we should use. And look, I'm not a climate alarmist, but I am conscious of it. So, but I'm not like, hey, just pump oil every day, all day for no reason, right? But I just think it's a delusion to think you're going to get rid of it. It's not
Well,
mathematically feasible.
yeah, there's a lot of delusion. There's a delusion about that. There's a delusion about human nature. There's a delusion about
It's crazy.
systemic conspiracies. There's
And
just I don't know what their epistemology is. It's not reality based. It's not empiricism.
the other thing that bothers me about the environmental movement now is nuclear is the single most efficient and oh, okay.
So it is
It's
here.
just
It just has to become adopted and affordable. Well, that's
yeah,
good
okay.
though. Like that's where we want the trend to be, right? Where
Yeah.
it's developed
I
and eventually
I
will make its
I'm
way to
I'm
that.
I'm a conservative in the sense of natural resources. And I'm a fiscal conservative, but socially I'm very liberal. I don't care what people do, right?
Yeah.
But I don't like wastefulness. But the fact that nuclear is not in the conversation is annoying to me because
Okay, it is in the conversations that I hear from really intelligent people that talk about this stuff, which
yeah.
is mostly the only conversations I hear about this. So I am it is definitely on my radar as a thing to talk about and explore. But you're
And
saying
I'm
other people are not
well, you just don't
introducing
hear
it or still
the
discouraging it?
ones laying down on the highways are not they're not like we need to go nuclear. They're like, they want to, the ones laying down on the highway to stop all the traffic, which causes you to idle, which burns a lot more gas and is worse for the environment. Those people, you don't hear them talk about nuclear. They want carbon emissions, cars.
Yeah, but
Like
what
that's
about India and China? Like, why aren't they harassing the other top three polluters that it's going to take the cooperation of to achieve their little climate utopia.
Out there, bro.
Go
Look,
stop the roads in Russia or China. Like, why aren't
dude,
they
listen.
laying down the streets over there?
China's building 2 coal factories, 2 a week come online, right? 2 a week. And Russia now has inked a deal with China, sending them coal by the. I mean, I think I read it, that China's now 60% of coal production, their energy, right? All the stuff being made, which, by the way, the U.S. cars are like 5% of the world's, right? 5%.
Who do you? Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
they're
what I'm
scared
saying.
of
It's not like we could do everything perfectly here, and
Yeah,
it's not going to make a difference. No one's going to put that kind
it's
of
not.
effort and sacrifice into
India's
something
not.
if none of the other countries are going to do their part, and it's not going to change anything.
No. And we live in a globe, right?
Again,
And
like
so,
a poor understanding of human psychology.
and
Like that's
another thing, we went to like some of the Biden administration's people went to it was a country in Africa, and they're like, that was building a coal plant, and they discovered coal, they're coming online, and they went there and they're like, listen, we're transitioning, and we'd like you to transition as well, and like awful, and they're just getting into coal, and like they're just like, this is an African poor country, right? And this African leader was like, okay, you're transitioning off of coal and gas onto these EVs. And we're transitioning off of wood currently, because they're using wood to heat their food, right? Like, so at the end of the day, these countries want to develop. They're not going to. Do I let my people starve for the environment, or am I going to burn coal? Right? They're going to burn coal. I mean, they want to be what we are, right? So, all these countries that are developing, you think they care? Do you think that Southeast Asia countries that are broke and people are dying of starvation and malaria and shit? Oh yeah, you're right. We're gonna, like, you know what? This is a good idea. We're gonna worry about the environment. What the fuck? It's a very Western thing, you know. You think in Venezuela they're like,
yeah, it's a very Western and kind of luxury thing too. It's people
it's a
that have
luxury
a
belief.
lot of time and not a lot of stuff to do to worry about this.
I love it, man. Well, there's a book called Luxury Beliefs where he gets into some of that stuff, but it's it's a very Western thing, and I think that I don't know, man. It's costing a lot of money, and these other countries don't care. China has signed stuff to say that we're going to get off of fossil by 2040, but they're building more. They said, well, they're technically still a developing nation because it's mostly a poor country, right? I mean, 90%, like their per person income is nothing because there's so many people, right? So they're still technically a developing nation, whereas we're a developed nation. So they get a little bit more leeway, but they're not. What do they care? They want to be the superpower of the world. So they know coal's cheap. They're going to burn it, Anyway, I don't know. I don't know, buddy.
Is that why, like, the America's getting all the criticism to try to undermine its status as superpower? Like, is it foreign influenced?
I would say, yeah. I mean, Russia and China. We got it's changing, man. Like, we had no rivals for 30 years. Once the Soviet Union fell, it was like, oh, this is great. But Richard Nixon, who is vilified.
Well, he did
guy.
kind of. Watergate was kind of a.
Well, they hated him. The government hated him because he was on the right, and it was becoming more leftist at the time, especially anti-Vietnam, and they wanted him out, and he was dumb enough to do Watergate. I mean, but they wanted to get rid of him before that. But I always thought Richard Nixon was a douche because of that, right? I was like, he's a criminal. But foreign policy wise, he was very, very bright. And I've heard some tell you what, there was a thing on YouTube that had Richard Nixon. And in about 1990, Russia collapsed, Jeff. Yeah, you lived through this with me, right?
Yeah, the wall, and I
Dude, it
remember the
was like
wall. I remember the fall of
glass
the Soviet
nose.
Union.
Yeah,
Yeah,
dude, it was awesome. But Richard Nixon said very shortly after that, he said, listen, Russia has, the Soviet Union has failed as a country. And right now, this isn't the end. This is the beginning of a period of time where they're going to test capitalism and they're going to try to implement these free policies. But this is a test. And if it doesn't work, and if we don't try to help support them in this, it'll return and a dictator will eventually take over this place, right? Putin shows up in 2000. He got rid of everybody around him that would compete with him, right? He's ousted everyone. He's been in power now 21 years or 24 years or something. So he said this is a test, and we didn't really support him as much as we should have in terms of becoming a capitalist free country, And sure enough,
but
Putin got in there.
this is Putin we're talking about. Would that have made a difference? Like
No, but
we weren't nice enough to Putin.
I don't. Prior to that, if like Putin showed up and said, "Hey, we're suffering. I'm your savior," and then I think it's hard to say. I feel like though, if capitalism was really working for him and democracy was really working for him, it's less likely to have a guy like that get in there.
Oh yeah,
I mean, if you think about it, after the Occupy stuff, like we're in a similar situation. 2008 hit. I'm just going to give where Reagan made the tear down the
that
wall
was
speech.
Obama, right? And the banks, the collapse. I remember that.
Well, that was actually a result of a bill that was they got rid of something called the Glass-Steagall Act, which was from 1933. Glass-Steagall, and then Clinton and the Republicans got rid of it, and then the banks started to. The other thing is the Bush administration really pushed everyone owning a home like Oprah. You get a home and you get a home. So they lowered down payments and they started playing around with the
Was that a
economy.
bad thing to push?
It's not bad, but when you give people loans where they don't save for them, you just instead of 20%, you'd make it 5%. All of a sudden, everybody with like eight grand at the time, houses were cheap. $8,000 says, "Oh, I'm gonna buy a house," right? Well, when you have, 1,000,000 houses available and 50 million people can all of a sudden buy them, what happens to house prices?
They go up.
Bingo. House prices go through the roof, right?
I remember when that happened.
So the housing market ends up in a bubble. And the banks, because of Glass-Steagall, and Glass-Steagall's going, we're going to do an adjustable rate mortgage, right? Well, mortgage rates are low, loaning money, everything's good. Well, all of a sudden, banks start raising the rates. The Fed does because the economy is overheating. You start to see inflation come in, right? House prices affect inflation. We'll raise rates. Well, guess what? Everybody's mortgage goes up, and then people don't have the money to pay. Default. All of a sudden, all the other house prices come down, and that's what happened. All the house prices just implode, right? So that's what happened. Too many defaults. So essentially, and then people were, how it's hard to explain, but basically, these banks were.
So Congress took away one of the regulatory mechanisms, and how did that happen? That was Clinton, you said, and Republicans?
Well, okay, so Clinton and Bush, I'm sorry, Clinton and the Republicans felt that the Glass-Steagall Act was kind of antiquated because it was from the 30s, and they said, we don't know if we need this anymore. Let's get rid of it. Now, it was working for 70 years.
So Chesterton Spence.
So banks basically said, well, we can be a little bit more risky, whereas they were limited to just banking. Investment companies could play around in real estate. So you had all this fusion going on, right? And so all of a sudden, these types of things started happening. They start working together, right? So banks are more
Um,
apt in an inflationary environment when house prices are going up. Banks are more likely to loan money because if the guy defaults and you repossess it a year later, it's worth more money. They sell it, they get their money back, right? Plus some. It's profitable. Banks are owned by shareholders. I'm a shareholder. I mean, in the retirement I was telling you about, like all the stocks in the country are owned by the retirement accounts. When you have a retirement account, which you should get one, Jeff, you should. You're gonna have.
well,
They're
I
gonna be.
need. Yeah, I'm working on that. I need something to put in it first.
Well, you don't want to just live on Social Security eventually, So
Oh no,
if
absolutely
you
not.
if you can
I've,
tuck money away, I think the millennials are going to raid it anyway and just steal all the money out of it and put us on the street. So,
well, I've already. My plan is to be doing my own thing where I don't even have to worry about that by then.
you're going to be on off the grid.
Not off the grid, but I'm just gonna be. I'm trying to build my own thing that sustains
Okay,
itself, so that I
that's cool.
don't have to rely on other people. Part of that self determination. I'm gonna just make sure I'm taking care of myself by myself, so that I don't have to rely on the government.
That's good. Well, yeah. So all the stocks are owned. 90% of them are owned by people's retirement accounts, which are teachers and firemen and workers, just people.
America, the people. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
I like that.
Everybody thinks like the rich own all the stock, and I'm like, it's
It's
retirement accounts.
mostly the
It's
masses or
pensions. Yeah. Like
pension
if you
fund.
have a pension, it doesn't just sit in some account and you get it later. They put it in investments and they grow.
Hmm.
Apple stock is owned by the people that have retirement accounts. And it grows in value, and then they get it out when they retire. So that's another thing that like stock market. I'm like, the people of the country own the stock market mostly. Other people invest overseas in America's stock market too, but it's mostly the people of the country own the shit. Most of it's in a sense it's somewhat communist in a way if you think about it, right? Like Apple's owned by the people of the country in the shares of stock. You know what I mean? So in a sense, it's kind of like public ownership in a way, right? So I mean, I bet.
How did
I,
you end up so like sane on this, and how? Well, you said you were a numbers guy, so some of this might just come intuitively to you, but how can we get more of this wisdom or sanity out to other people? Everybody seems so doom pilled about everything now. And I have more of the sense you have. Like, this is how things have worked my whole life. It seemed to make sense. It doesn't seem like it's a bunch of evil people doing it. I more or less trusted for the most part. It could be tweaked here and there.
I, I'm sorry. I go on this show, and this guy. He sits there. He says, doesn't matter. Republicans, Democrats, Putin, World War II is staged. There's like there's
Well,
a
you know, the
power.
moon landing it was too. I found out it
Yeah,
was a lawn chair. It's an umbrella and some lawn chairs.
there's a guy. There's this guy that thinks that there's a cabal of people, right? Just a group of guys that are sitting in a room, like, you know what? Let's get this guy Adolf to murder millions of people, right? Like, let's get him to kill all these people, take over Europe, okay? And then we'll get the U.S. to respond. Like, I'm like, what are you talking about, you idiot? Like, he's like, oh yeah, the last five
And
or
they
six
somehow
wars.
know this, and other people don't, but they have access to some information that
And
that
I'm
assures
like,
them
well,
this is true.
I like, give me, what is is there any? And he's like, no, it's probably a couple hundred people. I'm like, see, my problem with that is human nature. People talk. People get pissed at the other 99 people, and they come forward and they run. Oh, these assholes over here running the world. I was part of it. I swear to God. And they do a book deal or some shit, right?
I know.
But they've never come out. Who are these people? Who are these? Give me one person. Like, and they can't name them. A bunch of European families. Who? Where do they
Yes,
live?
European fan. I've heard Epstein, the Clintons, the what's his face, Klaus Schwab.
Klaus Schwab. That's another, the Epstein thing. I'm like, okay, so a rich guy who is doing bad stuff, right? Like they got him on that. He's molesting a 15-year-old or something. He's bringing you to his island, and then you're all doing it. You're all just pedos, or is it?
No, that's the thing. Like, just because you're man, he brought plenty of people to his island for many different reasons. Just because you were on his island doesn't mean you were involved, and the chances are that you were one of the few that were is very slim. So I would think the majority of people that were on the island were not there for any nefarious purpose.
Hey, I own an island. Come for the weekend. Come for a night. I'll fly you down. Like, sounds great. You know, but also, why would he want to show his cards? Like, listen, we have some crazy parties where we commit pedophilia.
And wasn't he collecting blackmail stuff? He had that little room under the stairs where they were filming things, and Ghislaine was.
Well, who was he filming? Where's the films of Clinton? I mean,
that part sounds credible to me. That there's sex shit going on with some of these people.
I wouldn't put it past.
It was probably being archived. That it seems like
Prince
somebody
Andrew,
like that would do that.
Prince Andrew took a few too many trips, and I think Clinton took a few too many trips, right? But I don't think that everybody was going there for pedophilia. Like, people were just going there to party. I don't think
we're going to know which ones were and weren't. So it's just going to be like, it's just going to fuel speculation that doesn't go anywhere.
Well, I'm sure other people knew. He might even have had a little group of guys that were engaging in crazy shit. But I don't think that the hundreds of people that went there were all. He filmed all of them, and then they're all running shit.
Although he did have that little temple thing, which rich people buy all kind of crazy stuff. But
yeah, well, I just, not everyone that went to the island did stuff, and there were some that might have, right? But I still need more evidence to say that he did what he, that, like, we know what he did, right? But and Prince Andrew, Clinton, I think Clinton went like a bunch of times, but I don't think Epstein is. I think that's a sex scandal and not. It's a full blackmail thing. Like
you don't think it's political?
It
would surprise me if it wasn't like some. I don't know.
There may be some political thing, but I don't think that the DNC is like, well, we'll send them to Epstein Island. We'll get them on film. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, maybe not that kind of stuff. But.
Yeah, like, I don't, I mean, do I think Hillary Clinton has a clean record? No. Do I think Bill Clinton has a clean record? Probably not. So.
That's what I'm saying, though. Like, association with Epstein doesn't mean anything because he was a businessman. There are plenty of people were associated with him that we don't know how compartmentalized the freaky stuff was. And I can't make an assumption that just because somebody was associated with the business side of Epstein, that they were also associated with
and
whatever was going on in his basement.
He managed a lot of money. I mean, he managed a lot of people's money and stuff, right? Like, he was business-wise, he was really good. So if he's managing my money, he's managing $20 million. Like, if I got $20 million, he's managing it for me, right? And then he invites me to his private island. Like, dude, we party, we hang out. There's a lot of girls there. You're going to love it. I'll go. That's cool, man. I'm a single dude. I'll go. Right? Like, they're all 12. I'm out. Like, so I just don't know. I don't know. But there's not enough to say this is what's happening with any. You know what I mean? Right. I need more. I need more evidence. I need more.
Maybe it's just like the due process that I was raised on. But I that's very important to me.
Yeah.
Before I condemn and judge. I judge people all the time in my head, but before I
me too.
Condemn them with any kind of consequences, I need that due process, and evidence is part of that.
Yeah, I need more. I mean, the Russia thing, like with Trump, I was always like, all right, it sounds like maybe he was. I believed it. I didn't believe it.
I fell really hard into that one for 4 years.
Yeah. I was like, dude, when COVID, I can't say that on here. When 2020,
well, nothing's happened to me yet. People, say you can't
Okay.
say it, but we've said it plenty
Well,
of
dude, I
times.
was all about that, dude. I mean, you didn't come in and out of the house without taking your shoes off, people washing their hands. I mean,
Well,
I
in the
was
beginning, I was, because it was an unknown
yeah,
virus, so that was the
I was
smart thing
freaked
to
out.
do. But then once we got more information, they relaxed the practices. But I was wiping down groceries and everything too at the beginning.
Yeah, I was wiping down stuff, man. My daughter's got asthma. I'm
The,
freaking
the
out, you know.
first case of it in the U.S. is in the town where I live, so we got the first,
Wow.
like it hit us before even the rest of the country. So we were already being paranoid before the lockdown
Yeah.
stuff even started.
Yeah, I mean, I hated that last year of the Trump presidency. I'm like, this guy's got to go. And I mean, I'm not a Trumper. I'm not. But now I'm kind of like, you know what? It was better. I mean, like I had money, things like, it was actually kind of
Yeah,
comical. I had more money in my pocket, and now I have less. And I don't know, man. I'm not. I'm an independent. By the way,
I'm
Gen
a
Xers.
centrist, a radically enlightened centrist. Daniel, okay, so they were on the flight manifest with like thousands of other people. Fine. Okay, so he said this about his daughter. What do you want us to do? What is your point? Like, not vote for him? Don't like him?
Oh God.
What?
You don't like
Okay,
him. You don't
so
like
he
him.
said that. Plenty of people have said stuff worse.
You know what? I
I'm
call
not.
my
I'm not
daughter.
even disagreeing with you. I'm not sure what
What the point is.
reaction I'm supposed to have, or what I'm supposed to do in response to that he said
Yeah.
that. Other than if you're like trying to lobby for not voting for him, which I'm still on the fence. They have both of them have plenty of time to fuck it up before November.
My vote doesn't matter, so it's pointless to go. I'm in the Democratic
I
Republic
see that
vote.
it's suggestive of but that's my point. I need more than just that. I need something that rises to the standard of evidence. Either
So he
my
said,
standards from evidence come from two places. They come from science and they come from our legal system. There's two different ways we use evidence here in the U.S. in modern society, and so that's where my standards of evidence come from.
I think it's called a conflation. He's saying that Trump said if he wasn't, well, yeah, my daughter's beautiful. Heck, if I was, if I wasn't her dad, and I was that age, I'd date her.
That's
To
not even the worst
uh,
thing about Trump. Like I could think of so many other things to say about him. I think
well,
he's trying to make a point about the island, though, like in
he's
relation to.
jumping from, man, my daughter's, well, I got a damn good looking daughter. If I was a 17-year-old boy, I'd be trying to date her. To
That's he's
I'm going
using
to
it.
Epstein Island to just commit pedophilia. I mean, it's just like
He's committed to that narrative, and
that's quite a
he's
jump.
using this as to prop that up in his mind.
How
That's
how
part of
how
what's
how
reinforcing
is
that.
how is Seattle, man? I want to ask you. You're out in Seattle?
No, I got out of there. I was there during 2020. I saw all the riots. The Chaz was 5 blocks from my house. I got the hell out
Wow.
of there, and my mental health, my social life, my emotional health just instantly improved. Like as I was
That's
driving
cool.
out of the city, it just shot up right away from just
Yeah,
leaving Seattle.
yeah, that's cool, man. I couldn't believe that Chaz thing went on. I was like, what is it? What is
It
the
was
mayor
kind of
thinking?
it was kind of pathetic. It was kind of like a because I watched that Evergreen documentary at the same time during 2020. It was kind of a recapitulation of that
Mm.
because the city and the police department didn't know what to do with these kids, so they kind of just sat on their hands, and the kids got the run of things and got to gain some ground and get demands met, just like at Evergreen. And that's what we see happening with
I
these
hate that.
college protests now. So the
It's
Evergreen was like the
terrible.
model for what we were going to see from now on. And the
I
Chaz
mean,
reminded me of that. And it was very it was a trash pit. It was like people that didn't know how to run a society or keep anything clean or organized, or it was just
it's like,
I stood on the border. I thought about going in just to say I had been in the Chaz, but after I saw it, I'm like, no, I do not even want to
yeah,
stick a toe over this line. It's not
Well,
worth bragging rights.
I remember I saw it on TV, and I'm like, so let me get this straight. You don't want the police in there. You don't want anything in there, and it's being protected with actual long guns.
This warlord
Like,
came and took it over. Like this rapper, this black rapper who had this gang or something.
yeah,
He called himself a warlord. Came in there with guns and took it over. Everybody started listening to him, and he ran it for a while. He
yeah,
was like a
like
dictator, and they
like any.
preferred him to the city of Seattle running it.
I'm just sitting there like a guy like Barbecue that's currently in Haiti, right? He went in there like I don't know, that guy's like a gang thug that took over Haiti, right? I'm like, so let me get this straight. So you guys now have this is an example of how idealists think, oh, we're just going to have this great place where everything's wonderful. And then human nature occurs and a
Yeah.
rapper shows up, right?
Do
And
they
says,
have? Do they not have the same human nature as we as us? Like where in
I
their
mean,
reasoning is?
I don't want to take over anything. That's not me, right? But I know that others are that. Like I deal with a guy that I do business with this guy, and he's a nut. He's like he wants to be the best at everything, and he's gonna take over the world, right? He's gonna be the make more money than anybody. I mean, so this is just those people are out here. Xi Jinping is one of them. Donald Trump's one of them. Rapper shows up, they're gonna listen to the rapper. So I don't know. And then two people died. I'm like, my thing is, as a mayor, I would have said, listen, I'm sending in the Marines, and you're not going to do this, right? We're going to restore order to this place
No, they
because
ran the police out of their own station and took over the an entire precinct station. They
that's
took it
insanity.
over. They
The
had
mayor has to call
graffiti.
it.
They were
So
in there. They like teared up all the fur. They claimed that station, and the
you
cops
can't
left
do
it
it.
and abandoned it.
The thing is, you cannot give them an inch, or they're going to take it, and then they learn. Okay, we'll take it again. Right now, at these campuses, I just saw this on TV. A lot of these kids that are protesting are learning military tactics. It's on YouTube. Check it out. They're literally lining up in proper formation to prevent being pushed out of campuses. Like
This is not sustainable, like long term.
you can't, yeah, you
This is where
can't.
society can't.
They're going to change tactics when the police come in. They're changing their tactics. They're learning formations. They're learning how to prevent the police from pushing you out of an area. So it's
And this is, of course, after rational debate and communication attempts have failed and broken down. So this is a last resort that they've
the
gone
funny
to
thing about the
offshore.
campuses too is I'm like, listen, here's the deal. They have a right to protest because the college gave them the right. It's their property. At the end of the day, they can just expel we're going to expel everybody on the quad. You're out. You're trespassing. Get out,
Are
or we're
some of them
sending the
doing
cops.
that? Or
They
what?
could. It's not it's not a street corner, right? It's a privately held piece of land, right? It's private property.
Well, some of them
You're
are public, though, the institutions.
you're right, but there's still some ownership. Like I can't just go up there. But so if you're a student, you have a
Well, I
right
know,
to.
like at the few protests I've been part of, you had to have permit, and so you don't just show
Yeah,
up and protest. It's all arranged
you gotta
ahead
have a
of
permit.
time. They
That's
have
right.
to make sure there's safety and all
Yes.
campus police.
And the minute you set up tents and we say no tents, it's over. We're going to shut it down. Permit's dead. Get your shit out of here. And I think that's how you deal with it. You can't. If you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. It's the way they are. It's okay. But I mean, I'm not. I am. No, they didn't.
Right, the First Amendment, but like the private versus public property thing, like you can't just protest anywhere, right? It's only certain places that are public that you can do it.
And you have a First Amendment right, and you can
Because
protest.
I am big 1A. I definitely support First Amendment,
Me
but
too.
it's the violent, it's the criminal activity that is separate from the First Amendment and falls outside of it.
They lost me. I was like, okay, kids are protesting. It's natural to do in college. And I went to college at night, and work during the day as a friggin' bricklayer. Okay, so I wasn't protesting anything. I was protesting doing both of those things at the same time. It was brutal, right? It took me 6 years. I mean, it sucked, right? But I believe in that, right? We have a right. That's a check against the government. So I'm all about it, right? I believe in the Second Amendment. It's a check against the government. Like you don't have ultimate power to take over, right? The thing is, if you say no tents, you can't camp there. You can have your protest, right? Great. And then as soon as they set up tents, I'm like, why are you going to do that? Why don't you could protest every day, all day, right? And by the way, say whatever you want to the Jewish kids because you have a freedom of speech and they need to just keep walking. Don't intimidate them. You're not allowed to get up and be abusive. I don't think that's right. But I do believe in the freedom of speech, right? Like you can call someone, hey, listen, I hate the fact that you're Jewish. Okay, well, go fuck yourself.
And our speech limits have pretty much been set by the Supreme Court, so we have an idea of where those limits and parameters lie.
There's a framework. There's a fence. Yeah, so there's a fence, but I'm kind of like, just keep walking to class. They can't touch you. If they do, it's assault, and they should go to jail for that.
It's been put forth on here that, like with the violence and the criminal activity and the vandalism, that is part of the protest. That is part of the expression and part of the voice, because they're calling attention to a cause in a very extreme way, and they have the right to civil disobedience and to use those tactics as part of their expression.
Okay, so vandalizing property. I'll tell you something right now. I'm no more environmentally pro-environment or anti-environmental causes because you lay down in traffic, right? You stop traffic for a day. In fact, I'm getting ready to go buy 15 gallons of gas and dump it on the street just to tell you to, you know what I mean? Just out of spite, okay? So ultimately, I don't know if, and the other thing that undermines their protesting on these campuses is this woman's on there going, we need to divest in Israel, right? She's got like a Starbucks latte, which they do plenty of business with Israel, right? And she's got Nike on her shirt. She's like,
I don't think they like Starbucks much either. That's the ones they target over here.
Well, they're over here, and I'm like, well, look at all these brands, right? Oh, no, not that. And then the thing that ended it for me was I was like, now they want amnesty. These are our demands, and we want amnesty. No. Then you're supposed to be willing to go to jail like Martin Luther King did if you're truly protesting, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm willing to pay this price, right? No, we want amnesty. Well, no, you broke the laws. You weren't supposed to do it this way, and you did it, right?
Yes, I agree with this, Daniel. 100%.
Daniel, full check. Totally agree. So yeah, I don't. It's disgusting, is what it is. So, and at the end of the day, the cops, I'm not like pro cop, but I think they have a terrible job, and it's a terrible job. It's a terrible job.
I'm more pro cop than I've ever been in my life after 2020. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Well, I am too. I mean, but look, I was a young man that used to smoke a lot of weed, and like I used to drink and drive every day. I mean, way back. Yeah. Oh, just constantly, dude. Like for years, I was a drunk, and I don't drink anymore. I gave it up. I about 20 years ago because I just was bad. But yeah, so but yeah, I used to hate the cops. I like fuck the cops. They were my enemy because I was scared of getting caught drinking and driving mainly. But so I'm very much like, okay, like once you find out, I tell everybody go do a ride along with the cop once, right?
Yes.
Like they go in, they go into the woman's house and see a dead baby, right? There's a dead baby. They got to deal with this dead baby. Oh, the baby died. They're giving it. Then the next call is a domestic disturbance where the husband just beats the hell out of his wife. And then he goes out and he's like, hey, ma'am, I need to see your license and registration. And she's like, no, fuck you. Like, come on, man. Like, they have a hard job. Or then they got to go to the campus because a bunch of idiots that are throwing stuff on them, right? Like, it's a shitty job. Who wants that, right? for it's not like they're making $1 million a year. It sucks. And I couldn't do it. These people were in the cop's face like, yeah, you're a Zionist. I'd be like, bitch, you get the fuck back. I'd have that baton out like, bitch, get the fuck off, And the cops have been great, I think. I think they've been
I think
great.
yes. Most cops I know have exercised
Restraint.
amazing restraint.
Yeah, man. So, but they've been vilified in the media for 4 years
Well,
beyond.
because we talked about this the other day when I was talked about those explanatory stuff. People will they'll take cherry picked incident and they'll explain it in a way that makes it seem more than it actually is. They'll globalize it or universalize it, instead of keeping it in perspective.
Yeah.
But not even with just cops. They do that with any group. Any group can do that with any other group. They can take their extreme actions and create a narrative about that group.
After George Floyd, I read up on this because I had a buddy of mine.
They had a documentary someone just put out that has the body cam footage, and I watched it. And that's the first time I saw the actual footage. And the picture the narrative I had in my mind of what happened was nothing like I saw in this body cam footage. Not even close. If I had seen this body cam footage in 2020, I would have had a totally different idea of what was going on.
I want to tell you something about George Floyd, okay? Because some people were like, well, he died of a drug overdose. And I was like, I know this much. So the footage I saw, and I probably know what you're talking about. It was the other cop that had his chest cam on, right?
Yeah, something like, yeah.
I think the guy that went to jail, whatever his name is, Chauvin. So if you noticed in that, the crowd was closing in on them, right? So the crowd was screaming at him the whole time when they were on top of Floyd, all three of them, right? Now, George Floyd was 6'8". He was a big dude, right? They got him on the ground. They got his knee on the neck, which they said it was actually not on his actual neck. It was like on his shoulder or something. I don't know. I didn't see that part, but I did see this. The crowd was closing in. They're like, back up, back up, back up. And these people are all screaming at these cops, and they're kind of collapsing on where they are, right? And I had a cop tell me that the scariest time he's ever had as a cop, he was at University of Maryland, and there was a crowd closing in on him. And he's like, look, man, it is, because there was a fight and the cops broke it up, and then the crowd was coming in. This was after the University of Maryland won the college basketball championship. He says it's the scariest time I've ever had as a cop, because even if you start shooting, you're done, right? Like, even if you pull out your gun and just start shooting people that are coming in at you, you're out of bullets soon. You know what I mean? So it's scary when you got a massive amount of people closing on you, right? I think Derek Chauvin was focused on the crowd and the people talking to him more than he was George Floyd. That's my opinion, okay? He was responding to the crowd and looking at the crowd the whole time, right? The crowd's moving. Hey, back up. So they were focused on this group closing in on him more than Floyd. And that's why I think George Floyd died, my opinion. They were not focused on George Floyd and his health. They were worried about the crowd. That's what I saw. Did you see that?
I just posted the link to that documentary that has the footage. It opens with the footage. You see all of it in detail from the cam perspective. And I had never seen that before. That's what changed my view on the Floyd situation.
Where is... Hold on. I feel like I'm trying to find it on my other thing here I got. Well, I don't want to go into this. After the show, I'll pull it down because it's hard to... My thing is stupid, so... But anyway. Yeah, I mean, I don't think the guy should have died, but I don't think that they should have had $1.5 billion worth.
I didn't see anything to me that looked like this evil racist cop in that footage at all.
Yeah,
it looked to me like all the cops there were trying their best to do their job and do their best with the situation. George Floyd was acting very bizarre. There were multiple cops on the scene. It looked like they were all looking out for each other and trying to help and have each other's back. It didn't look like anything that filtered out from the media narrative.
Yeah, he was just a white racist. Well, what's funny about this is I had a friend, he's a close friend. He said he's a school teacher. He said, "Hey, and I said, he said, well, it's just systemic racism." I'm like, I don't know what that is, right? So I started to
That's
explore
a
some of these.
conspiracy theory.
Oh, it's just dumb. But I started to read up, right? So I go to the FBI statistics on, because he's like, they're just killing unarmed black men by the scores, just all over the place, right? And I'm like, I don't know about that. If you go to the FBI, so if you look at how many black people were killed by cops versus whites, more whites die by cops, but they're only 13% of the population, and like they're 35% of the time it's a black dude, right? But Jeff, check this out. If you then cross-reference that to violent gun crimes, which means if the cop encounters a gun crime, it's very likely that he's a black person, right? If you cross-reference violent gun crime with the fact that more black people are killed by cops, the numbers work, right? The numbers are
But
right.
it's proportionate to the amount of crime being
Yes.
committed.
It's not just gun crime. So in other words, if a cop's pulling his gun, it's probably because someone has a gun. You know what I mean? The cops don't just show up and say, "Hey, man, I'm gonna fucking shoot your ass." They show up, and if the guy's robbing a store with a gun, he's more likely to be black. If he's got a gun in his well,
But yeah, if he has a
statistically,
gun, it makes sense the cop would pull a gun.
well, if you look at violent gun crime, and then cross-reference that to the fact that black people die at a higher rate, they commit a lot of more gun.
I do
60,
know from living in New Orleans, which consistently has one of the highest murder rates in the country, that it's the majority of the murders are young black kid, like 15-year-old black kids with guns
yes. Well,
that are
last year
involved in gangs.
all of them. Yeah. Baltimore City last year, 300 black people were killed by guns and 8 white people. Okay. And that's because they are committing crimes against each other with guns, right? So ultimately, if there is a shooting in Baltimore City and a cop shoots a guy, is it going to be a white person or a black person, right? It's going to be a black person because they're the ones with the guns shooting each other. So if you just look at that math, I looked at the math on the FBI statistics. I was like, obviously, this is this. The media doesn't even talk about it. They didn't say, well, this is because.
Yeah, Daniel, absolutely right. I agree. It's we're talking about the scale, like how many of these hotheads are there? Just like how many of these racists are there in these systems that the systemic racism is supposed to be in? I think it's the problem is overblown. I think it's a moral panic. I think it's a conspiracy theory.
It's also the media, man. Like it's a big story. It's
Yeah,
race
and it gets
sells.
clicks. So there's
Dude,
reason
race
to
sells.
inflame it.
Race sells. I go in Chaotic Truths podcast, and if we start talking about politics, if we start talking about just normal stuff we're talking about here, right? Viewership just declines, right? As soon as it's a racial
Oh,
discussion
he
and
was on
racial,
here one day, and I noticed that. Yeah,
dude, look, if Chaotic Truth he'll whip it up and he'll be like, well, I just think white women are the highest women out here. They're the top women. Then black women want to be white women, dude. Like immediately, people are going nuts, right?
I want
So
to be a black. No,
dude, he
already might be.
But
Yeah, but not even black. You
sells.
see that in a lot of cultures, like Asian cultures, black cultures. They straighten the hair, they get the blue contacts,
Yeah.
they lighten the hair,
Yeah,
all
they
of
do
that.
all that
Like
stuff.
white beauty standards has been a thing for.
Well, he
centuries,
says that,
probably.
but he says it just to get people to call in and fight about it because race sells, man. Race sells. Like the whole
Race sells, drama sells,
Oh,
political
dude.
polarization sells, conflict sells.
I don't. Certain things are happening. I don't understand. I was on your show the other day talking about the trans thing, right? And I don't understand why they've driven this. It's like the Democrats are like, all right, this is what it is, and I'm like, okay, man, like it's not a popular political position to do drag queen story hour, right? I don't even care about drag queens, but it's not a popular political position. Why are they staunchly drag queen story hour is great? Like, why do they do
Because
that?
they're defined. You have to understand the concept of queering and
It's
their attempts
defiance.
to like dismantle or re-engineer existing social norms. And so drag queen
Okay.
story hour is just one
Of
front in that battle that's going on in their head against the rest of society.
I mean, I don't.
The drag queen that started Drag Queen Story Hour is called Little Miss Hot Mess, and she teamed up with this academic, and they wrote a paper on laying out their specific agenda to queer education, as they call it, and that was part of it.
I don't understand it.
The playful practice of queer imagination in early childhood, drag pedagogy. That's what it's called.
Wow. Yeah, I don't. I mean, we've had drag queens forever. Like all of Shakespeare's people were men. There were no women involved in these, right?
Exactly.
So who gives a shit? But
We
ultimately,
had
I'm like,
Andy Warhol and the Factory Crowd. We had the Cockettes. We had David Bowie and glam rock, Rocky Horror Picture Show. So just in our lifetime, Generation X, that shit's been around.
my
Before
favorite bands throughout all the 80s could be mistaken as women at any given time.
Yeah.
Steven Tyler.
And androgyny was. I thought. I'm surprised it even came back. I thought it wasn't even a thing anymore. And now it's 1,000 different things. There's 1,000 different forms of androgyny, and you better get them right.
Yeah, and so ultimately, I'm like, why are the Democrats so dug in on it? I'm like, okay, there's people living in Iowa that don't want their kids being read to by drag queens. Okay, who gives a shit? No, this is, and I'm like, okay, this guy is 55. He's a truck driver. Okay, he listens to country music. Do you think he wants his kid at drag queen story hour? Let him not have it. Who cares, right? So I don't understand
And
it.
if they could keep it story hour and not sexualize it, but they obviously can't because we have enough videos of them pushing that boundary to freak
just
people out and make them.
Or just have someone dress up in drag and don't tell anyone. You know what I'm saying?
They don't seem to be able to pull that off very well either. But
just
yeah,
it's crazy.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, I remember that. The Beatles too. Wow, man, if they can't handle that kind of androgyny, they are not gonna make it.
Well, the longer hair, right? You got long hair.
Yeah, I remember that.
Everybody had short hair, but I don't know. The Democrats dig in on certain stuff, and I'm just like, what the? Why? Like, just go with it. Like, and by the way, the Republicans do it too. They dig on stuff that I'm like, look, man, the country wants abortion. Okay, let's go with 24 weeks. Let's keep moving. Nope. I mean, the Republicans just said in Arkansas, you can't have an abortion if you were raped. And I'm like, what are you talking about? You're going to get like 1 out of 9.
But the Democrats had how many decades to put forth a reasonable bill?
Like to codify it? Yeah, like
right. Yeah. But it was convenient for them to keep it alive as an issue. And like
it's true.
If people would settle on a reasonable limit, you could have abortion, but they won't all the way up to like they're not satisfied with the reasonable compromise.
Well, I think that what's his name? Robert Kennedy just said, I think he just said partial birth abortion was okay. And I'm like, that's not popular either. Like personally, it's going to sound terrible because I'm like, look, 8 months, nah, fuck it, just kill it. I don't care, right? It's terrible to say it. I shouldn't even say it on YouTube, but I told my wife, I'm like, yeah, 8 months, I'm fine. I don't care. Like, she's like,
if it's medical necessary, absolutely. There's I allow, just like with the trans surgery thing. If there's some very specific cases where surgery is the appropriate intervention, then fine. And yes, in these cases, fine. I am not against these kind of exceptions and edge cases.
Listen, Yeah, trans surgery. If you're an adult, I don't give a shit what you do. I really don't care at all. I don't even need to know. You can tell me. What do I give a shit, right? So, but people are just bent up on that one, and I'm like, what the fuck do you care?
But
Who
I
cares?
think people, if we solved all of our issues today and there were no more issues polarizing us, that we would find some new issue. Because I think people
Now we dig them up, don't we?
need conflict to
I
grow,
will
to
tell you,
exist.
there's a lot of diversity in every individual community that you encounter, right? Like people think in monoliths. The Democrats think that like the black culture is one culture, right? It's black culture. Black
Yeah.
culture is as diverse as white culture. It's all over the place, right? Like, truth be told, you got,
Rural blacks are completely different from urban. Like that's
dude, wealthy blacks are
two
like,
different
we don't want to
cultures
be
right
around
there.
poor
You look at
blacks.
the African American community.
It's like the gay community is very diverse. It's which I
Yeah.
became aware. I was on a cruise, okay, and so I worked with a gay guy who, when I got divorced, he helped me a lot. He helped me a whole bunch. He got me through it, right? And guy was a tool repair mechanic, and I've tried to get him on Facebook, but he hasn't hit me back now, and I don't. I just so he's okay, um, but anyway, so I went on this cruise and met a gay couple, and this is when I learned it was a very diverse group, right? So the one dude was Brazilian or something, and so I hung out with them. At the time, this is with my first wife, and he kept calling people the F word, faggot. Like,
Faggot?
he kept calling him. He's like, look at this fucking faggot. Bah, 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 bah.
Yeah.
He's prancing around like he's breaking. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, dude, you're gay. You know what I mean, right? But he kept calling people this.
I call myself, my Twitter name used to be Satanic Faggot.
Yeah,
Like
well,
I use that word. I tell the woke people my pronoun is faggot, and then they leave it alone. They don't even touch it after that.
Well, I'll tell you another story about it. But there was this dude that I didn't know he was gay for like a year, right? And occasionally I'd make a little joke like, oh yeah, you're sweet on him or something, right? And eventually I went to him. I said, Steve, I didn't know you were gay, dude. I'm sorry. I probably said some shit. And he's like, listen, man, you're a pussy. You don't have any gay jokes. You said nothing. I didn't know he was gay, right? He's just a dude, right? And he was like, you got nothing, bro. He goes, I've heard, because he was just I guess a masculine gay dude or whatever. Like he was, so, and he was like, listen, he doesn't like the flamboyance. You know what I mean? Like the
I
very
was the
flamboyant.
same way. Like when I entered the gay community, I thought I was going to meet a bunch of other guys that liked other guys, and I met. It was all the flamers. I'm like, what? What is this?
Well, I told somebody, so I don't like the flamboyance either, right? And I'm like, all right, look, here's the deal. Um, I don't care what people do, but I don't want to be around the flamboyance. So if it's a straight dude who's flamboyant, I don't want to be around him.
So it's just like personality type.
That's it. So I'd rather hang out with a gay dude that just was like similar to me, like, than a straight dude that acted flamboyant. It's the flamboyance that just annoys the shit out of me. I'm like, get away from me,
Oh.
But yeah, it aggravates me. I'm like, please stop acting this way. Please stop acting like a female, right? And by the way, you don't have to wear all this shit you're wearing, So
Well,
you know what I'm
those
saying?
were the days.
People call me a homophobe. I'm not a homophobe. I just don't act like a normal guy. Like if I didn't know you were gay for a year,
call everything phobe, but people have the right to be homophobic, transphobic, racist, whatever.
Well,
they have the right to think and feel what they want about things and people.
I don't think that you should.
As long as they don't interfere with me and my ability to live my life, I don't care if people are homophobic. I have friends that are homophobic. It doesn't bother me.
That's funny. Well, and you don't. I mean, I grew up next to a lesbian couple that they were wonderful people. I mean, they were the best neighbors you could have. By the way, they're Republicans, which that's weird. So I think I said that the other day, but anyway, so I'm on this ship. This guy kept calling people faggots, right? I said, And he goes, I'm sick of these faggots. All they do is talk about dick, dick, dick. And I'm sick of them prancing around like women. Act like a man. Just be a gay man. And I was like, damn, this dude ain't no joke, right? Like he was serious, right? He's like, so that's what I was like, I guess there's a lot of different thoughts within that community that are different, competing forces, right?
Doesn't
Competer,
Louis C.K. have that joke? Like,
which one?
I don't mind gay men, just don't be a faggot. Or
He has one that's great where he's like, why are people so mad at faggots? Like, it's not like you're just standing in line at the bank and then some faggot just runs up and tries to fuck you in the ass. Like, he's like, hey, hold on a minute. Hey, this faggot tried to fuck me in the ass. It's a great bit. It's a great bit. It's true. They're just doing what they're doing. They're just, and then so someone was talking about, said something about, I don't want a bunch of fags kissing around me. I'm like, I don't want anybody kissing around me. Women, men, just keep your hands to yourself. I don't want any public affection. Nobody wants it.
well, but we have it here. Like,
You know what I mean?
if we have things that are more or less norms, I'm very suspicious of rolling back existing anything.
Yeah.
It doesn't
Well,
bother me to see couples hold hands or peck each other in public.
I don't care. When I was in Australia, I saw a couple of gay couples holding hands, a couple of straight couples holding hands. So it was, but it wasn't like in America, we do everything over the top. So there's just like,
Well,
like, you know what I mean? So, and I mean, I had a buddy.
I am from New Orleans. I lived in Vegas, so yes, we do. I have seen that pushed.
What about the gay pride parade?
There's the kink at pride debate has been around since Stonewall, if not before. I don't, and there's different reasons. There's different like rationales or justifications for pushing that boundary.
Yeah.
At this day and age, the way things are now, I'm all for keeping it as least controversial as possible. I think that stuff can be enjoyed in private. I think there's a consensual element to it that if people are not wanting to see that, don't force them to participate in. Yeah. Like there's specific festivals and stuff in Europe and San Francisco where like a day or a weekend, or even in New Orleans, they have Southern Decadence, where that stuff's kind of allowed for that time period in that space. So people can seek it out if they want it. But I think for the most part, the general public, like here in Seattle for the Pride Parade, they had one parade, one truck. It was a pickup truck, and had all the little puppy boys in the back. And they had the little puppy tails butt plugs, and they were in the back of the truck wiggling their little butt puppy tails, and they were naked. I that made me uncomfortable to see it. I'm like, the general public does not need to see guys with puppy tail butt plugs wiggling them, and the kids were like enjoying it, and like it was a family pride parade. That bothered me. Like,
yeah. Well, I think I think if you want it to be just fully, just not even a thing, right? Like it used to be in America. The largest lynching in American history was Italians. They lynched like 20 Italians at one time in the South. Okay.
Oh my God.
Yeah. The Italians were
a public event.
Yeah, dude. Like you can look it up. It's the biggest in history, right? They didn't like Italian. They didn't like Jewish people. When the Irish came here, they were monkey. They had pictures of them that they were monkeys, right? With like their foot on their throats, right? So like these people were, so all the Irish, So like every different group has had. So any kind of subgroup, any state within a state.
I mean, I'm Cajun. We were treated like crap. When they exiled us, they sent us to the colonies. And each colony we went to treated us on the bottom of the barrel.
Kicked you down, right? But so you got these subgroups in America, right, that are treated poorly. The gay community was treated poorly. In the 60s, they were put in jail, everything else, right? I think for the gay community,
they were enforcing existing laws.
Well, that's right. But so now it's pretty much mainstream, right? no one's talking about Italians being in any way different. They're just whites, or they're just American whites, right? So my point is, I think like for the gay community, it would be beneficial to get rid of that and just make it's a normal thing, right? So what's this episode of Blue's Clues?
That I did. I remember seeing that one, and that one bothered me too. Especially, I don't mind so much. I don't know a single kid now that doesn't know that there's gay people. So you don't need to
Yeah.
keep overemphasizing that. Look, kids,
Yes.
gay people in the world. So I
Yeah.
don't mind stuff like that, but it's when they start the gender ideology along with it. There's not just gay people, but there's these 100 different
There's 80
genders.
sexes.
You need to know that men can be women, and you need to know pronouns. Like, that's where,
Yeah.
because there's
Well,
an ideology smuggled into that a lot of times that I oppose.
I think the best thing though, if you're gay, just gay or lesbian, I think you just want to be like my neighbors, right? Like you don't have to
That's
advertise.
what we wanted. That's what
Yeah.
our generation fought for. The new generation does not want to be. They want to tear down the nuclear family. They want to tear down you as a neighbor, and they want to live with only people like themselves. It's not about integration anymore and expanding
It's crazy.
the socials, like to include us. It's about dismantling existing norms and replacing them with these new norms that they felt they could not assimilate to existing society.
Well, I hate to tell them, but most people are hetero, or we wouldn't
Right.
have any people, right? Like they wouldn't exist, right? So most people are hetero because they're going to
That's
reproduce.
oppressive. That's psychologically, emotionally, socially, and culturally oppressive to them.
That's insanity.
I
They
know,
wouldn't
but
be here if it weren't
it's just
for
like the patriarchy or the racism or the Jewish conspiracy. Whatever group is your oppressor.
I got into it one time with a anti-gay marriage, almost like one of the brainwashers that's like, you can pray the gay away, right? I said, dude, for all of history, we've had gay people. The Greeks were gay. There's like archaeologically speaking, there were men and women and women. Like it's not like a new phenomenon.
No, it makes
So
perfect sense that it's like as a natural biological variation in the human species. It's not that strange to me that there would be that.
well, and I said it could be, maybe it's DNA, maybe there's maybe it's something within our DNA. So in other words, it could be a biological piece, right? And I said, so if you're so anti-gay marriage, wouldn't it be beneficial for you if you just let gay people marry, because they wouldn't pass on the gene that would cause that, right?
Yeah,
I
you would get them out of the
logically, in 120 generations, everyone's straight, right? Like, because this guy was a pray the gay away guy, and he still argued back with me. I'm like, wouldn't it be logical? So at the end of the day, it was just funny because I'm like, what are you like? You're fighting against what you could ultimately get in a couple generations, right? So, but people are just nuts, dude. Like, you can't pray the gay away. Look, that guy that helped me out, I stayed at his place a couple nights so my wife threw me out. I went through a divorce, stayed at his place a couple nights. He was a great guy. And by the way, like a tool mechanic, like he's working on chainsaws and shit. And, but he was gay as a $3 bill, like he was gay and proud, so, so I said, help me, but just a good dude, and I know he's fallen on, I knew he had an alcohol problem and things back then, but
there was a lot of that in the community.
Wow, I think every
alcohol,
community,
drugs. There still is.
Well, I think hopefully I don't know. So I don't know, man. Them neighbors, though, my next door neighbors, they've never said a word about it. It's never been a conversation. They lived next to me growing up from the 80s, and I'm telling you, they play golf. I used to see them on the golf course all the time, and but they're just here, just acceptable, and they were not.
That's how it was pretty much growing up. I remember it for most people.
I do think, though, the Pride Parade, my friend Steve went up. His daughter is a lesbian, which, by the way, my daughter was a lesbian for like 3 months. So, but she got switched for a while. But which whatever makes you happy, you know. But so he goes up and he's posting these pictures, and I just saw this. This is why I was asking you. And I was like, man, they've got to get that. They got to change the way they're doing this, because there was dudes with like, I mean, like, look, man, nobody wants to see a guy wearing that, like just dressing up in outfits that were way over the top, right?
Well,
Like,
it's celebrating themselves. They're celebrating who they are.
I think if you want to be okay, so as a hetero, I'm not doing anything close to that. You know what I mean? So,
Right.
you know, like I'm not like, look, I don't celebrate any of the sex acts that I do with my wife on the street. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Well, yeah,
do
but
all
you're
that.
just a boring old straight guy, though. You don't have anything to
Well,
celebrate. They have this special, like, queer, unique identity to celebrate.
I'm not wearing leather into bed. You're right. I'm not doing that. Like, but these dudes are wearing leather. One dude had like his stuff was tied up in like a sack with
Mm-hmm.
nothing else on. I'm like, dude, look, man, if you just want to be just be cool, be acceptable. Just
They want it like they want to be accepted, but as the way they experience themselves. Like that guy that Biden hired, the bald headed guy that wore the vinyl and the fetish. What was he like? Head of the one that stole the luggage. Remember, he got caught for stealing luggage. Sam, like he wanted to go to work and be accepted as his authentic, true, how he sees himself in the deepest recess of his imagination. That's what they want to be accepted for.
Here's the difference with me. I don't want anybody to know what we don't want anybody to know what we do there.
I don't either. I
You
keep
know,
that stuff
like,
private for a reason.
look, you know. I mean, look, if I call her mommy occasionally, it's weird. I don't want to say it in public. You know, so I don't want people to know
Because
this
if
stuff.
you can't, here's the reason: if you can't show up at work looking like that, it's oppression. It's keeping you from living your life as your authentic self. You're being restricted. Your expression or restrained. It's restricted. I was being serious, but that's the rationale.
I'm sorry, man. I'm just getting over a cold, man, and that's funny. Well, you ever see the skit with Will Ferrell? You ever see that skit with Will Ferrell where he comes into the office and he just got done running. You got to see the skit for it to be funny, but he's got like American flag shorts on and they're real short, like real short. He's like, "Hey, everybody," and he's got a half shirt on with Will Ferrell. He's like, "Hey, everybody, just got done working out." And then he like sits down and they're all sitting there in suits, like, "What is this guy doing?" Right? And then he's like putting his legs up on the thing with like spreading, you know. And it's great. It's a great skit. You got to see it, but I think it's funny. But
Is he playing a gay guy or is he straight?
no, he's just a straight dude. But it's like he's just wearing this shit to work, and it's like, what are you doing, man? You can't just dress like we're trying to run a society here, and you're dressed. You just walked out of the gym, and you got shorts with your nuts hanging out the side, you know. And it's like I just left the gym, and I just wanted to show up. So, but yeah, I think it would behoove the paraders and the overall community just to like tone it down, maybe slightly, and just be normal. You know, just be. I don't
But
mean normal.
on the other hand, I have very little room to talk because when I was in college, I had the purple mohawk, the dog collar, the goth
Everything.
gear, and
Everything.
here in Seattle at my last job, I wore the antlers to work. I had the satanic shirts because I just converted and I wanted to express that. So I wore a pentagram. Like, so I understand why they do it because I myself have done it for very similar reasons. So I don't know why I'm arguing so hard for conformity right now. But also, I don't want a bunch of Sam Brinkmans running around either.
Did you gain from it? Did it benefit your position?
It did. It both times it did. It allowed me space to be myself. It signaled that I'm not. Don't expect conformity from me. Um, this is values that are important to me. I want a space where I can express them or live them and have it be normal, etc. So the antlers I did actually for it was like an autism. The ration I did it because they were cool and I wanted to wear them at work. But the rationale for it was that because autistic people are different, maybe I can get all the autistic people to start wearing antlers as a way to like signal to each other, like for autistic people to start finding each other. So I did it that way. So there was an actual purpose to it that I was hoping to gain from.
Do you have a diagnosis with it? Autism?
No, if they weren't diagnosing back then. I do now as an adult, but if I had when I was younger, it would have been PDD NOS, which was like the catch-all category if you weren't Asperger's or
Right.
weren't. They had a few other categories of autism.
Yeah. I mean, I tested
I had giftedness is what I was diagnosed with, and I was put in the gifted program. So that's what it showed up as in my generation.
Yeah. Oh yeah, GT. That's right. They don't use GT anymore. Gifted and talented. They don't use it anymore.
Different schools or states have different names for it, but they're supposed to, like by law, they're supposed to provide meet the educational needs for the gifted as well as any other kid.
Allegedly, but
in my state, in a lot of states, it's part of the special education department. It's actually a form of special education.
yeah, it doesn't. I don't. They don't do that here. They just want to try to dumb everything down to. My daughter's in education, so she actually said her school the other day. This is off topic, but so her school, she just got a memo that said that they're trying to reduce the number of black suspensions.
Specifically black. How do
Swear
they
to
know
God.
who's black and how do they know who's white? Like who draws the line first of all?
Well, dude, I swear to God, it was the county-wide initiative, and so they were looking at the numbers in her school, and she's like, okay, like so well, how are we gonna do this, right? Like, so like you take okay, what percentage of the school is black, and then what percentage of the kids are we suspending that are black to white to Latino to fucking whatever else,
So it's
right?
okay to suspend the Latinos, the Mexicans, just not the blacks.
What's going to happen is if the black kids are getting suspended higher than the rate of other kids, if there's 10 black kids and 2 of them are suspended versus 100 whites, and you got to have at least 20 whites suspended, right? Like, so the black kids will ultimately behave worse and not get suspended, right? To reduce the suspensions, you have to allow more acceptable bad behavior. So she's like
from the black.
Yeah, overall, yeah.
So I'm gonna try to steelman this because I don't know if this is the what's driving most of the suspensions, but I do know. But here's where I'm caught up because it's not just black culture that this applies to, but there are. Let's take black kids for example. If they're in a classroom with a white teacher who doesn't have a lot of experience around black people, a lot of behavior that's completely normal for black kids, emotionality, volume, animation, liveliness can get mistaken for discipline or behavioral problems. So they can end up in discipline situations more often. But to me, it's up to like the schools I taught in had an entire separate discipline department that the kids were sent to. They had deans that would like assess the situation. So when you're disciplining them, it's important to assess for is this kid just being misinterpreted somehow, or is it an actual behavior problem? I could see that accounting for some of the.
In education, they're very progressive, so they're all about that. Like she's like, all right, she's like an equity.
Let's make sure we're not penalizing them for something that's just normal part of their culture, their personality.
And she's like, and yeah, exactly right. And They're going to talk more. They're going to be. It's more acceptable. Culturally, it's different. Right?
That
Somewhat,
I
not
think is
totally.
actually a good thing. But even when you filter that out, I suspect the rate of suspensions are still going to be higher.
It's because there's more single family homes. There's less discipline in the home, and there's more violence, and there's in the communities that they would come from. I mean, all the suspensions are typically from
Because
fighting.
violence is more normalized in
It's
that
far more
culture.
normalized.
But and again, it's not just the black culture that's true for, but
No,
there's other
no. If
cultures.
you, I
That's
mean, I
why
come from
to
white
focus
trash.
just on black suspensions is odd to me.
They're very racially aware, and these dude, the education system is literally the wokest. It's
I know.
very. They're looking at the numbers. I mean, all this shit, and I'm like, how are you going to fix it? So you're just going to let the black kids behave worse, or not suspend them for the same thing that a white kid is doing, or a Latino kid is doing, right? So at the end of the day, you're literally setting this group of kids. If they go through all school like that, they're going to get out in the world and be like, I can do whatever the hell I want. Like they're going to come out worse. Ultimately, when they go to get a job and you haven't given them the same structure or discipline you've given the other groups that weren't being
That's an
picked.
interesting point because I've been advocating for them for teaching basic academic skills, reading, writing, etc. But that's not the only skills that you need to succeed in the job world, which is rapidly changing. So what would a school need to provide, or what is the responsibility of the school to provide those kind of soft skills that are not academic? How would you
Self-control,
transmit that in an educational system?
discipline, concentration, prevention. I mean, like these
There's no
kids.
class for that though. Like you can't sign them up for concentration class or
I
work.
think all high school kids should have to take a finance class
I do
or a
too.
class to
I
deal
missed
with
out on
that.
that, and I suffered for it.
I mean, so there's just a paycheck. Then
Yes. I think from my experience in the schools, the quality of teachers is a big factor, and part of that's tied to teacher pay. But even if you somehow could increase the pay, I just think that the
I don't
ratio
think
of
it's the
really
teachers, man.
competent teachers to teachers in general is just naturally
Dude, I tell you what,
lower.
man, it's the teachers I think are doing a good job, and I've met teachers, right, because through my daughter, and I think it's the school board and the system because, dude, think about this. Hey, Jeff, you're 18. Do you want to be a teacher, right? You're going to make far less money than most other graduates when you go to your college. You're going to come out with debt, and then you got to spend 20, 30, 40 years
Yeah,
as a
you
teacher.
don't teach for the money. That's not
It ain't the
why
money. It's
most teachers do it.
my daughter is look, she had the choice, and she was like, Dad, I love. She taught it as an assistant teacher, and she was like, Dad, this is what I'm going to do for my life. And I'm like, okay. And she loves it, right? She loves it. And she's like, I know how to teach. I know this. But at the end of the day, it's the policies of the school board and the system is just,
But
and the
I
principal, by the way, the people running the
like
shit.
I was there when No Child Left Behind hit, and I so policy definitely has an impact because I could start to see the effect that policy was having. But from my this is my limited firsthand experience. It seems like the ultimate. There's two factors I find that were the ultimate influencers. One was the quality of the teacher. And I'm going to assume every teacher is well intentioned and is there for the right reason and wants to do their best. There is still a skill set that you need that a
Yeah.
lot of teachers
Yeah.
just don't have.
They
And
don't have
I'm
it.
not sure it's one that can even be taught. And the second one was getting parents involved in their kids' education. I taught at a lot of like inner city
That's
schools, minority majority schools. Education was not a value in the home. And without, I could do my part as a teacher, but without that counterpart in the home to reinforce what I was
my
doing,
daughter's,
that
my
was
daughter
one of
said
my
that it's
biggest
all that.
struggles.
My daughter said that she's taught in a school called West Towson, and it was predominantly Asian white school, and a more affluent area, and she's like, she was teaching third grade, and she was like, Dad, I'm not great in math, and I was getting nervous because these kids could do a lot of math, right? Like she's not good at math. And then she's like, I was waiting for one of these kids to start calling me out on stuff, right? And then she's like, and the parents are all over her, all over them, right? Both parents were up in that school, like, what's
Because
going on with my
there's
kid?
an educational culture at home that's also created, and the
That's it.
parents are invested. A lot of my students, it was daycare. The kid, this is like free daycare from the state where they get a break from the kids for 6-7 hours a day.
That's it.
They could care less about what they're learning. It doesn't
Look,
mean
she's now in Maryland because it's very liberal. So now in Maryland, all the poor areas get Head Start, which is like
we want
I
Head
think,
Start.
yeah. But you got to be poor to get it. You got to be like poor, right? Like you got.
I thought it
like,
was a class, like a normal. I thought Head Start was a normal part of school growing up, like before kindergarten.
You got to be poor to get Head Start. You start in kindergarten here.
Wow, we had a whole.
You got kindergarten.
Poor people then.
Kindergarten, first grade, second grade, right? But then before kindergarten, you got Head Start. So Head Start's like 4-year-olds. You only get it if you're poor.
I was 4 in Head Start. I didn't know it was poor people, like, because there was no new, like, nobody came in kindergarten new that wasn't already in Head Start, and we had.
It might not be. It might not be in your area.
Like we didn't have any wealthy people, but some of the people that did that were not poor. Your state also in Head Start with us, though. Like everybody started Head Start at the same time.
Your state might all be Head Start then.
Oh, so you're saying it's not all Head Start programs?
No.
That are
in my state, it's only certain schools in the poor districts have Head Start because they're trying to get them a Head Start because they tend to fall behind, right? So
it looks like it was designed for low income. I just looked it up.
Yeah. But your state might have said, well, we'll just give it to everybody, which that's fine,
I mean, it was a very small town. It would have been weird to leave just a few kids out.
Oh, okay.
So
this is the Baltimore County school system, so it's a lot of people, So, but
what do you mean about when I was teaching? We had, again, the mandatory reporting. We had. And I ran into this situation a few times, but we had specific things we had to report for, and then the school would decide whether to involve CPS, etc. And there were a couple of times where CPS did get involved, but there were very specific, laid out policies and procedures. So once you ran into one of those situations, then you made the report, and there was a whole kind of system that took it from there.
Yeah.
And they seem to do more or less, as good as that kind of system's going to do.
Yeah, I don't.
But I've never seen it happen with, at least the schools I was in. It was a rare thing to start a CPS. Like that was a last resort. It had to escalate to certain criteria before CPS.
That's the last thing.
It was very rare where there was no fire behind the smoke.
But if you, I know that the parental involvement is the number one thing, and I think teachers get frustrated. I think most teachers have a good heart, but I think
that was my number one challenge was getting
the parents don't want to be involved
in the home that I needed to continue the efforts I was doing.
The kid ain't doing homework, and they just come back in. The shit ain't even done. The kids, that's the issue. That's the number one issue. And then number two.
And it's like the kids would even say, like, well, my parents don't care if I do it. Well, my parents don't care if I do my homework. My parents don't care if I make an A. So if the parents are not caring, how is the child supposed to value it?
My daughter's problem now is she'll have kids. She's now early ed, right? She's now doing 4-year-olds. She was doing third graders, right? She's like, she said, Dad, I had a kid climb up onto the shelf and do a Peter Pan and jumped off of it, and just like Jimmy Fly's Super Snooker, right? Like full belly to belly, like suplex, right? And then she's like, Dad, Like, so literally, you can't really do anything. Like, that kid's not really getting in trouble. One kid's biting other kids.
Well, you can get him down off the shelf if you catch him in time. Like, get off the shelf. Hey, dude, kid, quit
Yeah,
climbing on
yeah,
the
yeah.
shelf.
Well, yeah, but and then you get the parents involved. The parents are like, "Well, I'm gonna straighten that out." Parents don't do shit, you know.
No, they
Then
don't.
one kid's like, "My mom's gonna beat me." The mom might beat him, so you're kind of like, "What do I do?" You know, it's just a fucked up situation overall. So, but I wouldn't. That's another job. Being a cop, that sucks, right? Oh, dead baby, domestic violence, and then people are dicks and hate you because you're a cop. It's college protest. Like, fuck that job, and then fuck the job as a teacher because it's a tough job, man. I don't want to do that shit. Dealing with all these kids, I'd be like, you get out off that shelf, or I'm gonna whoop your ass. Because that's what my dad would have said to me, right? You know, he would have busted my ass for being stupid, you know. And I was terrible in school. I got my ass beat by my parents, mainly my
Wait,
dad. But
what? For just grades, they would actually beat you?
oh no, not for grades, but
Oh,
for like no, like I
discipline.
vandalized and I vandalized the neighborhood one time. That got me in
Oh,
trouble.
yeah. Okay. Well, then
Yeah,
beat
yeah,
away in that case.
yeah. Just whooped the piss out of them, and just shit like that. You know, like I would do, but I knew I knew the limits. You know, so but now I get bad grades. I got sent home from school. One time what I do? I did something in sixth grade, and my mother come and picked me up, and from the school to the car, my mom was behind me, just kicking me in the ass, like get in the goddamn car, you at work, you know. She's kicking me in the ass. I get in the car and then into the house, you
Yeah,
know, get your
no
ass in there.
helicopter parents in our generation.
Nah, dude, absolutely not. But you know, I don't know. I'm a parent. I had daughters that were pretty well behaved, but they knew that I wasn't playing around, you know. So, but and I was, if my daughters brought home poor grades, we straightened it out. I wasn't super interactive with teachers, but my kids did the work, you know. And if they
Right, you
didn't, they
probably
knew.
didn't. Like most of my parents, I didn't even need them to be, but it's the
Yeah.
ones that I did that I couldn't
My
get.
my second daughter came home one time and she had two D's, and I said, and she comes into the room and she's like, you know, she's like hyperventilating, right? And I'm like, what's going on, Maddie? And Maddie looks at me and she goes, I gotta tell you something. You know, she's breathing heavy, right? And I'm thinking, so she says, Dad, I got two D's on my report card right here. And she's like crying, right? And I said, okay. I said, okay, well, things happen. And then, so I said, she got the report card the week before. She was sitting on the report card, right?
Oh,
And then she said, it was like Tuesday. She got it Friday. And she said, well, am I grounded? What's going to happen? And I said, well, you know, I'll be honest with you. Two D's has a happening. I said, if you get two D's next quarter, that could be a coincidence. I'll probably do something then. But if you get D's after that, then that's a pattern. And if you got a pattern, you got a problem, right? And she says, well, what are you going to do for this? And I said, I'm not going to do anything. I believe you want to bring the grades up. I did nothing. She got two D's in sixth grade. And I said, here, gave her a report card back. And I told her that. And so that was the last time she got D's. That was it, you know?
so that's all
So
that was needed.
she punished herself in a sense because she was scared that I was going to
Yeah.
be pissed. But she knew that I value education. Like I went to school at night, dude. I went to college at night and worked my way through, paid my way through school, laying bricks all day, right? Like she knows it's important to me, right? And she knows it was important to me. So and then she's going to come home with D's. She figured my dad's going to kill me, right? So, but I said, listen, things happen, you know, shit happens, you know, and that's it. She had dyslexia. She graduated from high school with high honors. She went to college and graduated with high honors. Just spoke at her, gave the. She's very much like a church kid, which I'm not.
What's
But
a church kid?
she like so I would take her. She went to so where I lived at the time. It was a middle school. I'm sorry. So at the time I was in a the school area wasn't great. So there was this Christian school up the street. And I said, well, I don't like the main school. I'm going to put her in that school. So I paid, and I was making more money at the time. I was making decent money. And I put her in a Christian school, and it was relatively cheap. She stayed in that school. So she became somewhat religious. She's not like a nut, but she's, so she went to college, and then she gave these sermon, the prayer or whatever at her college graduation. So, because they do a prayer at the college. So I was like, that's cool. So I don't take anything from it. I'm not super happy that she's religious, but I don't really.
You don't just the fact she's religious, period. Religious people exist. They're probably a majority of the country, huh?
Well, let's put it this way. I'm happy of the type of religious person that she is. However, I also felt at times where I was like, this is a little much. You know what I mean? It's a little much. Put it that way. So, I don't know. I think, look, I take nothing away from going to church. I think
is she a Jesus freaky level?
No, she's not over the top, and you would never know it unless you asked her about her beliefs, right? She's not a pusher in any way, okay? But she definitely is pretty devout with her feelings about it, right? So she believes in Jesus, she believes in God, she believes in virginity before marriage.
That's not admirable to you?
It's very admirable, but I also think it's a little odd. That's all. Don't you think that's odd? A 22-year-old virgin. Whoever heard of such a thing?
Well, yeah, for 20, but it's not odd if that's your religion. Like if it's normal for someone embraces that.
She had a lot of challenges. My ex-wife is an alcoholic that is still drinking, and she just saw a lot of bullshit, right? So I think she's always had this fear. So I always felt like the religion part was like, she's just still scared, she's still scared of life, So I've had challenges with it myself, but she's a very high moral character and a wonderful kid. She's 23 now. She's a woman, beautiful woman that's out in the world now, and she lives on her own, paying her way, So I have great respect for her, but sometimes I felt like the religion was a crutch in a way. So I guess I got a little resentment I got to work through. Anyway, but she's a wonderful. I can't say anything bad about her. Wonderful, wonderful kid. I'm a very proud father. So
you're what?
I'm a proud father. I'm proud of her.
Yeah, no, you sound like it. Sounds like you did a good job too.
Yeah, I did my best, and then they do a lot of it themselves too. So I did my best, but I mean, my mom did her best, and I was an asshole, so I can't.
Say, I get that one.
Yeah, I mean, my mom. I was a dickhead. Listen, man. There were times when I knew what I was supposed to do. I knew what my mom wanted to do. I had all the information, and I was like, "Fuck it." You know what I mean?
Oh, wow.
I don't know what. I don't. Yeah, man. I just.
What? Why? Just defiance.
Just rebellion, defiance. My mom remarried. I don't know. I've been to therapy about it. I don't know if it matters, but I was just defiant, deliberately defiant. She would say that. You're deliberately defying me. And I'm like, I just had I don't know, man. Rock and roll. I don't know. So, but I'm glad I wasn't. I'm glad I didn't raise me, right? So, I mean, my daughters were great. Like, I'm glad I didn't have to raise me because I was an asshole, So
I wonder. I have a friend that suggested that the reason the millennials and the Gen Xers after like they are is because that is the Gen X children, is because the way we were raised and how dangerous and risky and daring we lived, that we kind of doubled down on giving the kids a different life than.
Well, the millennials are also the millennials are also a product of the baby boomers too, right?
And they're digital natives, so they had the internet that in a way we didn't have too, and I think that changed their environment a bit as well.
I think they're that's true, and also that I think that's the biggest part of it is that I mean, so when you were in high school and I just thought about this last week. It's crazy, but when you were in high school, you were concerned about what other people thought, so you kind of tiptoed around school,
I
and
wasn't.
you weren't.
I blocked them out. I was like Ali Sheedy in the Breakfast Club. I went
I
there and
was
ignored
always,
everybody, didn't talk to anybody, and went home. I
I
was the
was like,
black
look,
sheep of the high school.
I was looking around, like, okay, am I going to fit in? Am I cool? Am I this? Am I that? And I was just like a standard idiot kid, right? But what I realized is that you, okay, so we had a kid in high school that I think he like shit his pants or something, right? So like the whole school made fun of him for like a week, like, oh, he shit himself, you know what I mean? Like that was the risk in high school that that could happen, and then you
Oh
would be
yeah. You don't live that down.
there would be a humiliation situation, right?
Yeah.
I view my child's school who had social media as every day of the week. Imagine if you got paraded in front of the school every day, like being on social
Oh
media
yeah. I can't even
every
imagine.
day.
I got harassed enough as it is just being at school, like the 6
Yeah,
hours of the school.
by
So to
six,
have
by
that,
maybe, well, and by your six friends, but just the people in your classes, they were on stage every day, all day on social media, right? And then the communication spreads immediately when you do something stupid.
yeah.
So like it was instant
Even
feedback.
without social media, it did.
Yeah, it spread just word by word. Oh, did you hear what happened to that person?
Yeah.
But dude, this is every day essentially. I view it like almost like taking your clothes off and walking across the high school stage every day of the week, right? So they're very concerned about what other people think. They're very concerned about being PC.
Because
When
they
we
get
went to
instant feedback from
immediate,
the likes and the comments and all of that
dude,
on social
I
media.
saw. Look, my daughter would post something and take it down because she only got like 8 likes.
Oh my God.
So you were getting judged by how many likes you get. Oh, he got 300 likes. 300 people liked his picture. Only got 8 likes, Dad. Took it down. I'm like, that was really cool though. You went to your swim meet. Ah, but I only got 8 likes.
It wasn't worthy enough.
Isn't that
Newsworthy.
crazy though? So like in a sense, every day you have. I graduated with it was 1,000 kids at my high school, right?
Oh, wow.
1,000 kids graduated. So there's 250 kids in my class. Imagine every day being accountable to all of them, every day at any time when they just pull out their phone, right? Every day.
No,
So that's what they live through, and I don't think it's good for the psyche. So we didn't live
no.
through that
Yeah, we didn't. I can't imagine having that extra
pressure.
level to worry about.
You know. Meanwhile, like I would go to school on the bus, just keep my head down a little bit, do what I'm going to do, try not to embarrass myself. It's a totally different thing. So I just think that it's damaging. I think it's damaged them. But so
Well,
my younger
I hear
daughter,
a lot of talk about social pressures and this and that. So if that's social media added another vector for social pressure that we didn't have, and it was a giant one. It came for it was infinite. It came. There were so
yeah,
many sources packed into
yeah,
one device that it could come
that's
from.
right, that's right. So I don't know. I don't. We'll see how it plays out. But they might eventually make it illegal to have a phone at that age. I mean, but
I don't think they should. That's been Jonathan Haidt just did an interview where he suggested that as one of the solutions. I think that's going to put them at a disadvantage to all the
maybe, yeah,
people that are going to have access to the information they need to compete.
that's true. Well, I know that that's definitely a factor, though. It's got to be with the stuff and
Like
putting
I think it's us that needs to adapt to the reality of technology and where it's going and where it is today than trying to conserve something that might not be realistic
well,
anymore.
I'm okay with technology now, right? But I mean, in the developmental time of your life, I think that the impacts
Right,
are
but
not.
if they don't develop, if they don't adapt to technology early, they're going to be at a like left. We
Man, I don't know.
adapted to the physical world. We adapted to bikes
Yeah,
and
that's right.
trees and playgrounds and
That's
and
right.
and, and they're that's not the world anymore. The world is becoming more like disembodied and dematerialized. So the sooner
Fucking
they
weird.
adapt to that, the
That's weird,
more of
man.
a competitive edge they're going to have.
That's weird, though, dude.
I know it is. It's weird to
I'm
me
just gonna
too.
say that's weird. I mean, think about it like this, Jeff. Like, you know, I guess I don't know. It's not true. I was just thinking, but I feel like I grew up and the computer was a tool. The computer itself was a tool. When I took computers in high school, and we called them computer 101, whatever it was, right? And then you sat in front of the computer. It was a MS DOS on the screen, right? It was like a blink. It was a cursor on the screen,
Yeah.
right? You wrote this and that,
Probably green font.
and that's it. You know the deal, right? But it was about processing words and putting data. There was no socializing, right?
No.
We grew up in a world where the computer, and to me, the computer is still largely a tool, right? They grew up and it was their entire social network, right, was on this thing. And I still saw my phone as a tool. And now recently, in the past 10 years, it's become, oh, okay, this is also a social device, right? Before it was about returning, emailing, texting, word processing, Excel, just that shit,
That's
right?
all I do with mine now. I hardly ever use my phone.
Yeah, I use mine for YouTube. I use my phone for music, right? I use it for different things. Yeah, like I use it for all kinds of stuff, right? So, but ultimately, like I think we grew up, this thing was a tool. I mean, a phone is a tool to talk to someone, yes,
Yeah.
social, right? But they grew up
But
with
it was
this
a
thing.
social too. Like our social media growing up was the telephone. We were calling each other all day.
Yeah.
Like those phones never stopped ringing.
Wasn't a conference call this. It was 101. It wasn't publicly, like I couldn't send a picture out to all my friends in high school, and then they thought I was fat, right? So, you know what I mean? Like if you're a girl, right? Like, oh, look, she's really fat. Someone puts a comment on there, and the kid's like, oh my god, I gotta take it down. Like that. That wasn't the case,
I mean,
So
would ride in the bathroom stall, maybe at the most.
yeah, that would be the worst. So, but at the end of the day, so it's just a different thing. I don't know what the impacts are, but they do have to adapt, I think. But I think they're going to study it. So
Yeah, I here in Seattle, I have seen people at Starbucks on dates, and they show up and they each take out their laptop and they sit across from each other and they talk on their laptop the whole time while they're having their coffee, sit across from each other.
hold on to each other.
That's almost a norm here. You could see it in almost any coffee shop at any given day.
So hold on, they're talking to each other on laptops
They're
across from each other.
interacting through their device on this coffee date while they have their coffee together.
Why?
I don't know.
To record it for their children
They're
eventually.
geek. They're tech. Everything's tech and geek nerd.
That's
here.
fucking weird, dude. I'm gonna suggest to do tomorrow night. I'll be like, honey, let's go on a date. Bring your laptop. She'd be like, what? We'll go up to Bob Evans and do it. And really
Some
freak
of
the
it
old people
might
out.
be they have severe introverts. I've never met this level of introversion. Like these people are really shy, and maybe it helps them in public to socialize through it because their social skills are so
Poor.
restricted. Yeah.
I mean, I don't have great social skills, but it's funny because they don't ask each other on dates. Like they won't. Like
Well, now it's like sexual assault to just ask a woman out or compliment her.
That's a good point.
Even look at her.
You mean like if you can't cat call anymore? That's for sure.
You can't in the gym. You can't even look at someone working out. They've been posting these videos where the creepy guy in the gym watching me work out.
All of them. Well, what the funny thing about it is, I'm like, all right, so all these young ladies, right? And my feeling is this: at some point, right? How are you going to feel when nobody's looking? No, not a soul. It's going to happen. And what's going to happen to your little feelings then?
Begging to stand in front of those mirrors.
Yeah, like, hey, look, get out of my way. Like at some point that's going to, and how are you going to feel then? Right? That's going to really crush them.
I don't know how much of that is even social media though, because I had a friend growing up who was one of the less attractive girls. Um, and every time we were out in public, at the mall or restaurant, she was convinced that all of these guys were looking at her and
Ogling.
checking her. And she'd point out the guys, and they were the hottest guys in the room. And I'm like, there's no way these
Yeah, he's
guys.
not looking.
And in
Yeah,
her head, she thought that like she had the interest in all these hot guys. So
yeah,
maybe it's something
yeah,
about women just
yeah.
feel like maybe it's
There's
evolutionary, not technological. And
man,
technology is just enhancing that one little trait.
that's a good point. And interestingly enough, we think I believe that men and women just because of the testosterone and shit like that. I think we're different. We're different. I just think we're different.
There are definitely
You know,
biological differences. And one of the biggest ones, I saw this in an interview the other day. You're not going to believe how obvious this sex difference is. What's the biggest sex difference between men and women that you can think of?
I mean, physically,
Yeah, or maybe physical, biological sex difference.
we have dicks. We
Well,
don't.
yeah, like I was thinking more psychological. But yeah, well, depending on who you ask. But most men are attracted to women.
Yeah.
Most women are attracted to men. That's a sex difference. That's a biological sex difference. It's very
That's a good
noticeable.
one. Yeah, that's all. Yeah. And the funny thing about actually, what's interesting is, by and large, I think most men appreciate a female's body, right? But I think that most men, how do I say it? Okay, I'll say it like I say it to my wife. Hey, look, if I walk into a bar, and I've said this earlier, look, if a guy walks into a bar and he walks up to 20 chicks and says, "Hey, look, I really like the way you look. You want to get out of here?" 19 of them are like, "Get the fuck away from me," right? Maybe 20 of them. If a hot girl walks into a bar and walks up to 20 guys,
Oh yeah,
she
they'd
can,
be tripping over themselves.
yeah, I mean, she's gonna, okay, there's the married guys like, "I'm sorry, honey, you're a beautiful woman, but I can't do." There might be a gay guy in there, maybe a couple, but she's gonna fuck at least 14 of them. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Maybe more, maybe 10. I don't know. There's some moral guys out here, but you see what I'm saying? That's a big difference. Women do not think like that. My wife's like, "What are you talking about?" Like, no, she couldn't. She didn't believe me. Jeff, do you think I'm right?
Um, yeah, but yes, I do. I don't know how biological it is because some of the women I grew up with were the complete opposite, like very opposite to what you describe it.
So in other words,
And this is what I know about women just from growing up with them. And I was the older of so these were girls younger than me mostly. They develop faster than men. They're way more aware of things that men are not
yeah,
aware of. And they're
yeah.
not as innocent and naive as I think men think they are.
But
And
I
their
don't think.
conversations, they can talk, girl talk conversations, sex talk, dirty talk, all that. Oh my God. If you think guys locker room talk is, wait till you hear the female version. I have heard nothing that can top the depths that they can go to in their
I
talk.
know from my wife, she's like, "Look, it's more of a connection." Like my wife, like if some guy walked up to her, and even if he was a gorgeous guy, it's more of having a connection with the guy, right? Like more of that than just the physical part.
Oh, like
Where for
more
me,
emotionally, but it's physical. They are very aware of the physical. They pretend that they're
yeah,
not. But
no,
what I'm
yeah.
saying is when girls get together and do their girl talk, their sex talk, or their talk about guys, it is more. It will have you blushing more than anything you've heard guys say about girls.
Well, okay, so if a woman sees a
They are
naked
not
man,
these innocent, demure, delicate creatures when it comes to
but
that
I
kind of
don't
stuff.
think, like, if I see a naked woman, I can get easily aroused from a naked woman, right? Whereas women don't necessarily get aroused from a naked man. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, that's
I
what
don't see why
that's
they wouldn't. I mean, they'd have to at some point to fulfill their reproductive role.
it's more of a emotional connection or connecting or
I
that
know
type of
that the
thing.
girls I grew up with were like very aware of which guys were hot, how they looked, who had the big muscles, who turned them on, who had the big bulge, the nice butt, all of that. It was like at a
Yeah,
very physical animal level, they were aware of all of that.
I think that they physically do. I mean, I think they see the stuff, right? But I don't know. My wife's like, look, I just can't. Like, my wife doesn't watch any kind of pornography or anything like shit like that either. So I don't know. But
That might be a credit to you.
maybe I don't know. I just think I don't think she ever really. She doesn't get it. I don't know. I mean, like I can, and
I
I'm
mean,
like, this
porn's
is
not for
great.
everybody. I admit.
Yeah, yeah. But I do think men are the main consumers
Of sex.
of porn, just porn. I mean,
Oh, for
if
porn.
you,
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
yeah. Sure. Yeah.
So we're very visual, right? Like visual, like Whereas I think they're more emotional and more that kind of shit. Like
They are
you know,
visual. I think they're just as visual, maybe more so. But I think there's other things that can override, or if, or I don't think it's like the only or the dominant um,
okay.
factor.
Yeah.
So the
I can't figure
physical
'em.
there,
I
like
saw
a
a show.
girl definitely knows when she's with an attractive guy, or an attractive or hot guy, or she's being turned on or not being turned on. Like they know all that, even though they might pretend to be innocent of that. But I think
Yeah,
the connection and emotional part, because a woman is looking for stability, somebody
yeah,
that can help,
yeah,
like provide enough stability to raise children, take care of her,
yeah,
etc.
yeah.
So
That's right.
she's gonna take the time to invest and make that really strong, stable pair bond
Yeah,
because
that's
it's to
right.
her advantage to have that
Yeah, that's
for
right.
her
I
and
agree
her
with that.
children.
Yeah, I saw a show on. It's on YouTube, and I just saw it, and a woman. Um, it's a sad story actually. In '03, this woman dressed up as a man.
Oh, is
It,
it?
it was
She did
cool.
the study. The I
She
have a
became
friend. I forgot her name. I have a
yeah.
friend who wants to do an entire stream devoted to her. He's been researching her, and she wrote a book. She ended up committing suicide.
That's her. Yep.
I forget her name, but she was a feminist. She wanted to study men, so she like went undercover as a man and lived as a man. She wanted to experience the world as a man to see what men experience, and it was so horrible and painful for her. The things that men went through every day that she experienced as a man, that she ended up committing suicide. Like she couldn't handle it anymore.
Well, she committed suicide later, and
Was it
they
Ruth
speculate.
something or Rose something?
Um,
Let me try
she
to find
was
it.
her name. So I know she became Ned, but her original name was something. I don't know her name, but I saw it, and what she
Nora
said.
Vincent.
Okay,
That's
that's
her.
it. And so what she said was that men have different challenges, and they really suffer in many ways that are different, right? And
Assisted suicide, by the way. So it was like made. She sought it out
no shit.
in Switzerland. Yeah, at a clinic. So
Well, she was and so she took on a different role, and they don't know why she did it eventually. They don't know why, but she was um it was
it
very
was called
good.
Self-Made Man is the
Yeah,
book.
that's
It
it.
came out in
That's it.
2006.
That's
And it
it.
was she lived 18 months as a man.
That's it. But it was very so it she what it really pointed to me was like that we are different in a lot of ways, right? And it might be social, like how you're raised. It also might be but there's biological, obviously. And but she was describing the sex differences and how you know, for men it's an urge. It's almost like a curse in a way, right? Like we gotta
This
get
is
it
what
out.
she says. This is her quote. Men are suffering. They have different problems than women have, but they
Yeah,
don't have it better. They need our
yeah,
sympathy, they need our love, and they need each other more than anything else. They need to be together.
that's right. Yeah. Well, I try to do because I try to. Whenever my wife gives me the you know, she turns into a bit of a feminist.
Oh,
Gets a little overtoned with me on
was
shit,
she
and
like
I'm
that
like,
from the beginning, or is it from the
she went
latest
she,
trends?
she went to an all women's college, so
Oh, okay.
yeah. But I I got a breaker of it a little bit. I shouldn't say that, but I'll talk shit to her too because she'll come home and she's like, women only make 70 cents on the dollar, and I'm like, well, I mean,
That's been
she
debunked
started.
so many
I
times.
know, I know. I'm like, well, I don't see. I was like, it's weird how you guys always want the executive jobs. I don't see any women fighting for the jobs on the trash truck, right? Oil rig workers, yeah,
Because even when
construction.
they get the full dollar, it's not going to stop there. There's going to be something else that they're
That's
not
something else, yeah.
getting or happy
Because
about.
we have to have babies, we want even more, So, but yeah, but so I'm like, so she'll start on some of that shit, and I'll be like, it's weird how, because I got my own statistics, right? You know me, I told you I'm a stat guy, right?
Number.
I'm like, what's weird, hon, is I just looked and it said that there's 1,000 times more on the job deaths for men than there is women. Do you think that's a weird number? So for
And
every one woman,
suicide rates too. 80% of suicides are men.
absolutely, it's way through the roof, right? But they just keep bitching about everything. I'm like, you know what, guys, shut the fuck. I don't want to hear it no more, right? Because so I just beat her down. Because at the end of the day, it's bull. It's a lot of nonsense. Now she works in finance. It's a male industry, and the other thing is this: is I'm like, there's all these pushes for women in engineering. Has it ever occurred to you that maybe women, like even little kids, little boys play with blocks, like
Yeah.
how shit goes together? We're visual, structural. I mean, I've always been interested in bicycles and how shit goes together. How's the bike moving, right? You don't appear to be interested in that shit even now,
The women that are in engineering are probably the ones that want to be in engineering. But you
It,
can't force they
no,
I
yeah,
think
they're
the
trying to.
left they have a
They're like,
they
we need.
confuse proportionality with equity. Like everything has to be equal
Oh
and
God.
equitable. And for me, they just have to be proportional.
Well, let's put it this way. There's a huge initiative to get more women in STEM, right? Science, technology, engineering, and math. Well, that's great. You can try, but some of them don't like it. They appear to love education, nurturing. They
Right.
appear to love certain fields. They dominate education. By the way, I think that's why it's messed up. That's my opinion, but because they can't really manage shit that well. No offense, but they don't appear. Most of the stuff they're just it is what it is. But at the end of the day, maybe they don't like maybe they don't like science that much. That's okay. They love social studies. They're all about social studies. They're social workers. That's funny. Well, you waited for me to wake up.
That must have been a lot of gardening, Moose. You slept through the whole day. Wow. Now,
Well,
what time? What two? Oh, wait, it's morning there, huh? Me?
yeah, it is.
I no, I took a nap actually. We watched a bunch of stuff on Discord and I left them in there to come do a stream. Um, so we've been going all night doing stuff. And then we've been going 4 hours, just the two of us. In fact, do you think you could keep it going for a minute or so while I take a little brief intermission?
I was going to cash in my chips.
You want to wrap up? We could do that too. We've been going for a while.
Yeah, well, it's 5 here, and I'm gonna I'm overdue for sleep. So,
Wow, the sun's already up at 5. You're on the
well,
East Coast, right? You're like right on the
yeah,
Atlantic.
yeah. Sun's not up yet here though. It's not. It's still it's still dark out, but my wife's gonna be up at about 8, so I'll get a little cat nap and then take a nap midday. That'll work.
Okay. Yeah, let's we could do that. I definitely enjoyed the conversation tonight. Thank you for
Yeah, it was
coming up.
great. I enjoyed it. I saw you earlier, and like I said, I come up the other day, and then I figured I'd like to catch up with him. So it was good. But
Yeah. Well, I'm here every day, so drop by anytime.
that's cool. Okay. All right. Well, look, I'm gonna check out, man. I'll see you.
Okay. Take care,
All right.
Renato. Good talking.
All right, take it easy, buddy. All right, see you. Bye.
Have a good day. We'll be here again at the usual time. So I hope your morning goes well. And yeah, 3:00. And hope you get some good work done today and some good recreating and enjoy yourself too. And we'll see you. We'll see you around too. I guess I'll go ahead and wind it down. You too. I think I will. All right, everyone. Thanks for being here, and we'll do it again very soon, in about 10 hours. All righty. Take care.